A very good morning, respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, delegates, participants, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Seeking the blessings of His Holiness Dr. H.M. Gangadharaya, I am T.S. Bharat, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering. I feel privileged to be the Master of Ceremony for today's inaugural function of SSITCON 2024. It is my great honor to welcome you all to this IEEE International Conference on Software System and Information Technology, SSITCON, co-sponsored by IEEE Bangalore section, organized by Department of Computer Science and Engineering and Information Science and Engineering. It is an event to exchange ideas, open discussion, and forge new collaborations in the field of software system and information technology. I would like to extend a warm welcome to those who have traveled far afar to join us today, and a special greeting to those who are participating virtually. Before we begin, please make sure that your mobile phones are switched to silent mode to avoid interruption during the presentation. Without further ado, let's dive into our promising schedule. We greet God as we greet each other. To start with, I request Dr. Rashmi H.C., Assistant Professor, Department of ISC, for an invocation song.
Phaladayaka Neene Vinayaka Phaladayaka Neene Vinayaka Ni Phaladayaka Neene Vinayaka Ni Phaladayaka Neene Vinayaka Phaladayaka Neene Vinayaka ಕಾರ್ಯಾರಂಭದಿ ಭಜಿಸುವೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ಕಾರ್ಯಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಪೂದೆ ಮಗೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಂಭದಿ ಭಜಿಸುವೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ವಿದ್ಯಪಾಲಿ ಪೂದೆ ಮಗೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಪಾಲಿ ಪೂದೆ ಮಗೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಭಜನಾರಂಭದಿ ಭಜಿಸುವೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ಭಜನೆ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಪೂದೆ ಮಗೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಭಜನೆ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಪೂದೆ ಮಗೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ನೀ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ನೀ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ.
Thank you, madam, for divineful song. Gathering is very important for such an event. Welcoming is an art, and it sprouts from the heart. So I request our beloved principal, Dr. M.S. Ravi Prakasha, to deliver a welcome address.
A very good morning to all of you. Indeed, I'm highly privileged and feel proud to be a part of this international conference inaugural ceremony. The conference has been on the software, systems and information technology, covering most of the recent domains of computer science and information science engineering. At the outset, I am thankful to the Department of Computer Science and Information Science Engineering and the coordinators and faculty and staff who have planned this great conference. I congratulate and compliment all of them who are involved in this conference. I'm very happy to share with you that about 1,200 papers were received as part of the conference for the call for the papers. About 200 papers have been accepted based on the quality of the papers, which shows the quality of the papers is being very much ascertained before being published. I'm also thankful and congratulate the people involved in TIE, Technical Institute of Engineers, Bangalore, headed by Mr. Suresh, who have been with us since the last almost 3 to 4 years, joining hands with us in organizing such conferences in different domains. I'm privileged to deliver the welcome address with many dignitaries on the dais, as you are saying, especially eminent speakers from abroad, joining hands with us to make the conference a real success. At the outset, I'm happy to welcome our beloved Vice Chancellor, Dr. Lingegowda sir, who has been with us, helping us and supporting us in all our endeavors, whether it is a conference, workshop, or any kind of academic and co-curricular activities. I welcome you, sir, amidst us. We have with us Dr. M.Z. Kurian, who is our own man, an engineer, an electronics department professor, who was working as head of the department and professor at the college. Recently, he has been to the university as a full-time registrar of the university. We are happy to have you, sir, amidst us. I welcome you wholeheartedly to this conference. It's indeed very difficult to have the schedule fixed for such conferences from people abroad. They'll be otherwise very much engaged. And we are happy to have with us Dr. Piet Komers, the UNESCO Learning Technologies University of Twente, Netherlands, who has made it possible to be with us. I heard that he has been here for the second time in India, first time to Delhi, and now it is Tumkur, a really remote part of the country. I'm really very happy to welcome you, sir, amidst us. Hearty welcome to you on behalf of all of us present here. We have Dr. Himani Saini, the senior scientist, UR Rao Satellite Center, Indian Space Research Organization, Bangalore, who is here to deliver the lectures during the international conference proceedings. I welcome you, ma'am, amidst us. A very good friend of mine, and all of us, in fact, Dr. Parameshachari, who is the professor and head, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Nitai Meenakshi Institute of Technology, Bangalore, who is also a CSE's chair, IEEE Bangalore section, and has been associated with IEEE since a very long time, more than 2 to 3 decades, a very senior person in IEEE fraternity, well known to almost all the engineers of the state, a very known figure in the state. He is always supporting us in all such endeavors. We are very happy to have him here. We welcome you, sir, amidst us for the conference. Thank you very much for coming. Mrs. Parvati Rachikunda, Program Director, IBM, is supposed to be here due to traffic jam maybe. She will be joining us soon. In her absence, I extend a warm welcome to another speaker, Mrs. Parvati Rachikunda. Dr. Vivek Veeraya, the advisor to the Chancellor, is supposed to join us soon. In his absence, I extend a warm welcome to him. We have amidst us Dr. L. Sanjeev Kumar, the principal of our new campus, Sri Siddhartha School of Engineering. Join my hands to welcome him amidst us. Thank you very much for gracing the function. We have the 2 coordinators very actively involved in making the inaugural, the international conference a successful one. Their efforts are very much involved in see to that the conference becomes a big success, supported by all their faculty members. Dr. Renukalata, the Dean, Academic, and Professor of Computer Science Engineering. Welcome you, ma'am. the Dr. Annapurna, the Professor of Department of Information Science and Engineering, another coordinator of the conference. I welcome you, ma'am. All these activities are being supported by our elite management, very ably led by Dr. Parameshwar, who is the Honorable Home Minister of the Government of Karnataka, the Chairman of the Society, and the Chancellor of Sri Siddhartha Academy of Higher Education, the Deemed University. He is the person behind all such activities, supporting us and encouraging us in all our activities. I deem it a privilege and happy to remember him and extend a warm welcome to him in his absence. I welcome all the deans of various sections, heads of the departments, faculty and staff, and more importantly, the participants and student friends to this inaugural function. Wish you happy stay for the next 2 days during the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your welcoming gesture will make conference transition so much smoother. On this occasion, I take this opportunity and on behalf of our SSIT family, we also like to welcome you to SSITCon 2024. Let your light shine every day. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our event by lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward to do the honors. And I request the entire gathering to rise for the same.
शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते 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 शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तुते
Thank you all. I request all the dignitaries to occupy respective seats. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Renukalata S., Organizing Chair, SSITCon 24, Dean Academics, HOD, Department of Computer Science, to brief about the journey of SSITCon 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, respected guests on the dais and off the dais, my dear participants, and very warm good morning to one and all. It's indeed a special privilege for the Department of CSE and ISE of Sri Siddhartha Institute of Technology, Tumkur, to host the first series of the International Conference on Software Systems and Information Technology, SSITCON-2024, in association with IEEE Bangalore section. I feel proud and privileged to share the journey of this conference. Before we begin, I would like to mention that this will be the 6th international conference hosted by Sri Siddhartha Institute of Technology, Tumkur, after witnessing the successful series of IEEE Springer conferences on the very same venue. On behalf of SSIT, I thank the General Chairs and the management for igniting the inspiration to organize an IEEE conference in association with CSE and ISC departments. Based on the inspirations, the journey of SSIT Con 2024 started about a year back with a commitment and enthusiasm. SSIT Con has been designed with a lot of passion and hard work to the truly innovative and creative to match the fast-changing technical world. The conference has attracted around 250 participants across the world, which includes PG students, research scholars, academicians, and industry persons. The aim of the conference is to offer a platform for researchers and engineers from different backgrounds to present and discuss their interest in research ideas, results, and potential applications. SSITCon 2024 proved to be a very popular and received submissions from all over the world. To name a few, USA, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Bangladesh, Iraq, Hong Kong, China, Sri Lanka, Brazil, and Peru, and also from premier institutions like IITs and NITs in India. The conference has also attracted submissions from several industries such as SAP Labs, Meta, DocuSign, etc. Overall, SSITCon has attracted 1,800 plus scholarly submissions. The conference program committee had a very challenging task of choosing high-quality submissions. After the standard IEEE review process, and through rigorous peer review and recommendation of the TPC, around 245 high-quality scholarly submissions were selected for inclusion in the conference proceedings. The final submissions are categorized into specific tracks, totally 3 tracks. Totally, there will be an offline session and 20 online sessions for presentations. In each track, the best paper will be awarded with a certificate. Participation certificates will be issued to all the participants after the conference. For all the sessions, we have invited domain experts from reputed universities to assess the presentation and give fruitful suggestions to the participants. We look forward to seeing SSITCon 2024 to be successful and enjoyable. Thank you. So a very good morning to all of you. I am really proud and happy and pleased to invite Dr. Parvati Rachukanda Madam. She's our IBM Director. Welcome you, ma'am. On behalf of SSITCon and Department of ISC and CSE and Siddhartha Institute of Technology, I welcome Parvati ma'am. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam, for setting the stage and eloquently outlining the purpose of gathering. In order to create an awareness, not only to the students, but to the public too, our institute have come up with organizing such an event. So may I request the dignitaries on the dais to release the proceedings of today's conference, SSITCon 24, to the gathering. Thank you, dignitaries. The greatest education in the world is watching the masters at work. Today, we are fortunate to have dynamic personalities on dais. As quoted by Albert Einstein, I have no special talent, I am only passionately curious. Now I request our chief guest, Dr. Piet Commerce, UNESCO Learning Technologies, University of Twente, Netherlands, to address the gathering. Sir, as we are curious to hear from you, sir.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, dear friends, dear academicians. Of course, it is so nice atmosphere to be received here with all the rituals. And that's, I think, what we really do in education. Education is more than an intellectual process. It has to do with becoming a person, not so much an ego, but a person who wants to help society, to make the world better. And in that sense, the term learning needs to be revisited all the time. As we have a topic like sustainability, like the geopolitical tensions, like huge migration. I see myself as a migrant too. This is really much deeper, goes much farther than we did in what we call instructional technology. Much further than we did with curricula or assessment theory. What I hope to do in my keynote is to highlight the main cornerstones as I can see them, and I will be very happy to hear from you if I missed one. The cornerstones for education at large. And the term that I choose is the outer mind. And just to lift a little piece of the curtain, normally the mind is seen as an innate, a deep soul. It's the kernel of the person. And then we see that what education does is make much more external, to make it transparent, to make it explicit, so that we can explain it, so that we can transfer it, so that we can negotiate to find an even deeper meaning. And I think that is resting upon the deep wisdom of the old cultures like Indian culture, Chinese culture, the Greek culture, and we can rely on that. That's my message to you. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your thought-provoking address. Now, I invite our other chief guest, Mrs. Parvati Rachakunda, Program Director, IBM, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, apologize for being a little late here. It took a much longer drive than expected. So it's my pleasure to be here representing the Women in Engineering IEEE Bangalore section and to be part of the conference. Today's conference is focused on the systems, the IT aspects, and also on the software aspect. So in my keynote, I plan to cover how we have arrived with enterprise class systems and where we started to where we are on the journey, and how we have been continuously innovating to bring more and more performance from the systems. And I think in the broader context of how this is relevant to students, and also, of course, also our faculty and researchers, is to see how much has technology enabled us today where we are. I think all along in my 2-hour drive plus, I've been continuously connected. There was no glitch. And all of this is enabled by the series of innovations that have happened, and there's a lot more that we can do in areas of healthcare, in areas of education, and to all of that, the infrastructure is like a backbone. And to be able to take our work or your education to the next level, I do see a great potential for you being innovators for the bringing up the next generation technology. So that's how I see this conference as very pertinent and useful. And I hope all of you enjoy, get a lot more of your motivation to pursue technology going forward in your careers.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your words of wisdom. Now, with the equal pleasure, I invite Dr. Himani Saini, Senior Scientist, URO Satellite Center, ISRO Bangalore, to address the gathering.
Dr. Piet Comer, Madam Parvati, Dr. Parmeshchari, Dr. Ram Prakash, Dr. Kurian, Dr. Linge, and all the eminent speaker, distinguished guests, faculty members, and my dear friends. A very good morning to all of you. I'm Himani Saini, and I'm working in the URO Satellite Center. URO Satellite Center is the lead center of the ISRO towards the satellite technology. It is a forefront of the satellite technology towards conceptualization, design, fabrication, testing, development, end-to-end. It is completely indigenous. And today I feel absolutely delighted to be here in SSITCON-2024 conference organized by Siddhartha Institute of Technology. As I belong to the industry, and the SSIT conference brought academia and the industry, both sector in one podium. The collaboration between industry and academia play an important role in propelling technological advancement and fostering innovation. And industry-academia partnership are crucial for cultivating cutting-edge research and a skilled workforce, creating opportunities for the excellence of technology and the knowledge that culminate in mutually beneficial relationships. Industry gains innovation and financial advantage. Same time, academia reaps intellectual and economical benefit, and the nation's economy experiences growth through innovation. So such kind of platform are very much essential and beneficial for researchers and the students to update themselves with what is the current industry need, what are the current trends. By using such platform, students get updated with the current industry demands, and at the same time, people from the industry can connect to their roots again. So these interactions not only illuminate the present, but also serve as a guiding beacon for aspiring researchers, smoothing their transition from classroom theories to the real-world industry dynamics. So for researchers and students, I would like to outline the 2 steps. Try to familiarize with emerging trends and the technologies, and being driven by the spirit of the improvements. So today's the most beneficial and what we can say one of the benefit of the IT is that it empowers people to do what they want to do. It lets people to be creative. It lets people to be productive. It lets people learn things they didn't think they could not learn before. So in this sense, it is all about potential. Failures and invention are inseparable twins. So to invent, you have to experiment. And if you know in the advance what is going to work, it is not the experiment. So requirement on the IT in this space has increased drastically over the last few decades. Besides system critical control tasks, IT systems have to address the society's challenges arising from current and the future space missions. The need of worldwide internet created the rapidly emerging new space sector. Large satellite constellation demands at the same time performant, reliable, and the cheap technologies, in-orbit service demanding, high agile satellites, vision guided, autonomous, and docking maneuvers, and the high demand of autonomous operating scenarios. Accelerating the climate changes, creating massive Earth observation needs, deep space exploration to the moon, Mars, Venus, and beyond. So these are the demanding tasks to be addressed by the modern space IT system. But while the majority of the terrestrial IT system has changed radially over the last decades, at the same time, AI, artificial intelligence, and the machine learning algorithms have evolved tremendously in the terms of energy awareness, mainly driven by the targeting on-device usage scenario on the cell phones and the mobile device. Now, the space community connects both of these developments and aggregate it under the new space avionics. A modular approach on the onboard softwares introduced a novel satellite software architecture based upon the modulator, app-like software concept as used on mobile phones in order to promote software modularity, partial qualification capabilities. These kind of concept developed in the frame of the SAT mission, which provides an open experiment platform in this space. Achieving greatness requires dreams, but discipline, execution. And I commend the organizing committee of the SSITCON-2024 maintaining this delicate balance, offering deserving individuals to perform opportunity. With this word, I sincerely believe that SSITCON-2024 conference will furnish the student, research scholars, and academics with necessary ideas they need to keep themselves updated within the times of the advancement and the innovation. It has occurred the young and receptive minds with variations in receptive sphere that would definitely prove beneficial to our country. It feels to see trends emerging from the institute that has supported education in the multidimensional way. I extend my sincere commendation to the Digiland conference team for their efforts, and I anticipate that these 2 days discussion will be highly productive for all, and I wish all success to the organizing committee members for their initiative. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for making us perceive clearly about the importance of this research. So now I request our another guest, Dr. Parameshwari BD, Professor and Head Department of ECE, NMIT Bangalore, and SAC Chair, IEEE Bangalore Section, to address the gathering.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Very good morning, honorable present here, respected dignitaries on the dais, my dear colleagues, and all the student volunteers of IEEE student branch, SSIT. So the conference name SSITCON, the Software Systems Information Technology, so resembles the college name SSIT SSIT. Okay. So I have small presentation. And also after my presentation, I have some questions also. So I brought some chocolates. So I will not take much time. So I will not take, okay. I will not take much time. Okay. So the IEEE student branch generally, so better to create a standee like this. So whenever you conduct activities, so maintain this type of standee. So because every time you create a banner, every time you print the banner, it is also not good. So you can maintain the standee like this. Okay. Okay. So what is IEEE? Okay, very good. Okay. Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. I say IEEE is the benefit for the advancement of technology, humanities, technology. Okay, so actually all the colleges in Karnataka comes under the IEEE Bangalore section. Okay, now IEEE Bangalore section is established in the 1977, and there are 3 subsections: IEEE Mysore subsection, North Karnataka subsection, and the Mangalore subsection. So, but all all subsections will be reported to the IEEE Bangalore section. So IEEE Bangalore section is having an executive committee members, around 30 executive committee member is a mixture of both academia and industry. So now also Parvati madam has mentioned, she is also the part of IEEE Women Engineering, IEEE Women Engineering Affinity Group. Okay, so that is not the core of IEEE Bangalore section. It is part of the IEEE Bangalore section. So the main benefits of IEEE actually, say just I would like to give one example here. So because of IEEE, I am able to connect the Dr. Rimani Saini and Parvati madam also. Okay. So through IEEE, it is a platform to connect with industry and also connect with any persons which belongs to the IEEE family. So it is also one of the, if you connect with the professional body, it is also helpful for the institution for getting accreditation. During accreditation also, they will ask NBA and the NAC committee will also ask the connection with the professional body. So there are professional body not only an IEEE, so we have an IETE, ISTE, Computer Society of India. So there are different societies are there. So IEEE is the world recognition society. So all over 160 countries, there are 160 countries, there have the IEEE professional members. So around 4,50,000 members across 160 countries. So IEEE awards, see all the student branch, they are the volunteers in student branch or volunteers in the IEEE Bangalore section, all are eligible to apply for awards. There are many awards will be given. So IEEE Bangalore section and IEEE India Council, IEEE Region 10, MGA. So like that, there are many awards will be there. The volunteers are eligible to apply to all these awards by the IEEE. And travel grants, actually the travel grants will be given by the IEEE Bangalore section also. So if the paper is accepted in Tier 1 conference in abroad, so the students will get the travel grants up to 50,000. Okay. So recently, even not only IEEE Bangalore section, so this time IEEE Communication Society of Bangalore section has given the travel grant of 3 students are attending the student tech summit, lead tech summit in Dubai. So last week only our students are participating. So around $500 has given from the IEEE Communication Society. So even other societies also are giving the travel grants to the students. The project funds, through student branch you can apply the project funds, and all student branch can also open the IEEE SITE chapter. So SITE is the Special Interest Group on Humanitarian Technology. The Special Interest Group on Humanitarian Technology. So all IEEE members can join the SITE group free of cost. Even all girls and boys, the student members can join Women Engineering Affinity Group free. Okay, once you take the membership of IEEE basic membership, you can join free to IEEE Women Engineering and as well as the IEEE SITE. Okay, so IEEE Collaboratech is also one of the platform for the all IEEE members. You can access the information of all IEEE and you can connect the IEEE members through IEEE Collaboratech. It is like LinkedIn and the Facebook. Okay, you can connect with all IEEE members through IEEE Collaboratech, and also you can post your event also. Okay, whatever the event you are conducting in your student branch, you can post the event through this IEEE Collaboratech. Okay, so IEEE society membership, see, so student branch for college, okay, the society you can open a number of societies in your, under the student branch. Okay, so as of now, I know in SSIT, there are 2 student branch chapter. One is the IEEE Women Engineering Affinity Group, and another one is IEEE Circuit System Society chapter. It is established by the Department of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering Department. Okay, so like that, other department can also open the IEEE society chapters you can establish. So for establishing IEEE society, we require only 6 students. For establishing student branch, we need minimum 12 student members and the 3 faculty members. For establishing the society chapters, we require only one faculty advisor and 6 students is required. Okay, so based on our interest, we can join any of the society. There are 39 technical societies in IEEE, IEEE Aerospace, IEEE Communication Society, Signal Processing. Some of the societies, they will support seed money by establishing the society. So they will support seed money up to $500. Some of the society, they will give $250. Some, Signal Processing Society, they will give $500. IEEE Aerospace and Electronic Systems Society, they will give $250. Every year they will give to based on activities. But whatever the activities you conducted, you have to upload in vTools provided by the IEEE. Okay, no need to submit anywhere, no need to send an email, but they have to you have to upload the tool, upload the activity reports in the vTool provided by the IEEE. And so there are student branch chapters. That's what I mentioned. Student branch chapters. That is the society chapters. Okay, please go to next. Okay, so this is the vTool is provided by the IEEE. So you can upload the information of the student branch office bearers also. Okay, whatever the office bearers of your student branch and as well as the chapters you can upload. Okay, so you can make different committees, student branch chair, vice chair, secretary, treasurer, like that you can make. Next. So generally now actually the membership fee for students, it is actually the $14. So professional member, it is $89 actually. See, all students, those who are doing PhD, even research scholars, those who are doing PhD, research scholar, they can also join as student graduate member. So the membership fee for them also, it is $14. Okay. Now even though faculty members are doing PhD, they can also become the graduate student member with the same price of $14. Okay. Next. One click. Okay. So I have one question, first question. Who is the branch counselor of IEEE student branch SSIT? Okay, come first. Okay, if you know questions, please raise your hand. Otherwise, one chocolate for one question. Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, next question. Expand site. Expand site. Okay, so site is the special interest group on immunity technology. You can apply the funds through this chapter. Okay. Next question. How many IEEE technical communities? Yes. 39. Yes, please come first. Madam, okay. Please. Thank you. Next question. How many students are, this question is for students only, not for faculty. How many students are required to open new student branch chapter? 6. Who told 6? Who told 6? Come first. Okay, next question. Next slide. Yes. Okay. Where do IEEE members can access information on local events and activities? IEEE Collaboratech. Come. Okay, next question. When IEEE Bangalore section is established? 1977. And who will come first, they will get. Next question. For networking, it is better to participate in conferences or publish in papers, or publish in journals. Conference, who will come first, they will get. Okay. Okay. No one wants chocolate. Okay, next question. Expand IEEE ASS. Okay. Aerospace and Electronic Systems Society. So you will get the seed money to open this chapter actually. Up to $250 they will provide, and also every year they will provide, but you have to conduct activities and upload in the vTool. Okay, next, last question. So how many student chapter in SSIT IEEE student branch? 2. Okay, come first. Last bench, come. Thank you. So I take this opportunity to thank the principal and management of SSIT for inviting me to deliver a talk in this occasion. So anyhow, SSIT is conducting the IEEE conferences. I think students should know and to conduct the membership drives for all branch of students. See, IEEE is not only for the EC department or computer science or electrical. All branches of engineering or even management students can also join for IEEE. So I request you to conduct more activities under the student branch, and you can get the funds from IEEE Bangalore section as well as the IEEE headquarters. So, and recently this principal sir has mentioned, now principal sir has mentioned, so this conference has received more than 1,200 papers, and the acceptance rate is less than 30%. Okay, generally the IEEE conference, they want the acceptance rate less than the 30% to maintain the quality of the submitted papers to the conference. So all the previous series, ICM and WC, anyhow, they are conducting one more in the month of December. So all the papers already published in IEEE Explore and also indexed in Scopus. So I think this type of we have to maintain the rigorous review and quality of the review process to maintain the quality of the papers. So once again, thank you for giving an opportunity to be here. Thank you, Onal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your influential message and also electrifying the gathering. Moving on, so we also missed having a couple of guests with us for today's event, and unfortunately, they couldn't make their presence offline. They have shared their wishes, and we would like to play the video of the message they have shared with us. Please.
Namaskara. A warm good morning to all the guests, participants, and other attendants. My name is Professor Alessandro Bizzarri from University of Roma Tor Vergata, Italy. It is a privilege to extend my warmest regards to the participants and organizers of International Conference on Software, Systems, and Information Technology. I was about to join you physically, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I am virtually connected with you. In a world increasingly driven by data and automation, the role of intelligent algorithms has never been more critical. Conferences like this serve as a vital platform for the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and research that propel our discipline forward. They provide a unique opportunity for collaboration, inspiration, and the fostering of new partnerships that can lead to shaping the future of technology and its applications across diverse domains. I encourage all participants, especially students and researchers, to engage actively, ask questions, and seize this opportunity to learn and innovate. Your curiosity and passion are what drive our field forward, and the insights you gain here can be the foundation of future breakthroughs. Finally, I thank the organizing committee and the management of SSITCON-2024 for initiating such a remarkable event, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of it. Organizing a conference of this scale requires immense effort, dedication, and vision. Your hard work has created a platform that inspires and empowers us all. Let's make the most of this experience, forge new connections, and drive the future of computational intelligence forward. Together, we can shape a smarter and a more innovative world. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Min Chung Tang, and I'm currently the research fellow in the Beijing Jiao Tong University. I'm honored to be invited as a guest speaker at this prestigious conference. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I'm not able to join you in person today. However, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to share my thoughts and insights with you through this video message. And firstly, I would like to congratulate SSIT TUCA for organizing such a wonderful conference in the current research team. The IEEE International Conference on Software System and Information Technology will be a great opportunity for researchers, students, and industries in the evolutionarily challenging fields to exchange their idea and findings for technology, the technological evolution. And this conference offers an international forum for sharing ideas, discussing findings and research, findings of research, and introducing theoretical and practical application in these fields. The current focus of global science, electronics, and communication engineering trends, interdisciplinary research, and engineering activity are expressed in this conference. By focusing on these advanced algorithms, we are not only pushing the boundary of what technology can achieve, but also addressing real-world challenge in healthcare, finance, transportation, and beyond. As you participate in this conference, I urge you to think about how your work can make a tangible impact and contribute to the betterment of society. Although I cannot be there with you physically, I'm very much present in spirit and congratulate the participants for contributing the conference. I once again I wish the organizer, especially the management of Siddhartha Institute of Technology, Tunka, India, for that wonderful effort and given a platform for the building engineer, and for the specialists. Thank you for your understanding and for giving me this platform to connect with all of you. I look forward to meeting you personally in the upcoming series. Thank you.
Namaskara.
So we extend our thanks to both the eminent personalities. Learning gives creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking provides knowledge. Knowledge makes you successful. So now it's my pleasure to invite Dr. M.Z. Kurian, Registrar, Sri Siddhartha Academy of Higher Education, to address the gathering.
Good morning. All of you are deaf students. When somebody says good morning, you have to respond. This is a typical question to find out whether you are awake or not. I said good morning. Good. That should be the response. Dignitaries on the dais, especially international dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and my dear student friends. In fact, it's a great celebration in SSIT. If I am right, this is the 6th international conference being organized in SSIT campus, 3 by telecommunication department and 1 by electronics department. It is under IEEE, and 1 by civil department. And this is the first one by computer science. The plus point in this conference is the computer science had joined hand with information science. That's a great achievement as far as SSIT is concerned. So that 2 departments could claim that we have organized IEEE conferences, international IEEE conferences. So that is a plus point. I congratulate the principal for hosting the 6th one. I congratulate Renkalata Madam and her team and Annapurna Madam and her team for organizing this 1st and 6th one in the campus as an IEEE International Conference. So what is the purpose of any conference is most important. Everybody says you have to organize an international conference and you should publish papers, and IEEE is known for standard. They said 30% only they take in. Whatever is the number of papers they receive, they scrutinize very effectively and see that if it is there in IEEE, it is a credit. And obviously, it is also leading to Scopus publication. That is a plus point in which all the universities are looking at when NAC has been taken up. And all these efforts leads to a lot of things if students participate. It will be a teamwork in the campus. And what is the concept of teamwork? Working together. But when you work together, what happens? Together, everybody achieves more. So that is what is important. Once you involve, without your knowledge, you learn a lot of skills. Without your knowledge, you earn many credits to your biodata. So you could say that I was a part of this conference, I was a part of this committee, I was a part of a chairman of one committee in this 6th conference of SSIT. That credentials you own, and you also be eligible for it. So with this, I congratulate SSIT for organizing this international conference and wish all the success on behalf of the university. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion and also making us perceive clearly about the importance of the research. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us have the pleasure of listening to the remarks of President of this conference, as I consider it a great honor to invite Dr. K.B. Lingegowda, sir, Vice Chancellor, Sri Siddhartha Academy of Higher Education.
Thank you, Bharat. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. And first of all, let me congratulate Professor Renuka Lata and Annapurna for jointly working for making this grand success. And I was just talking with Dr. Piet Komers from Netherlands. And I asked him how many bicycles he's owning in Netherlands, because 4 years back I was there, and especially elderly people like you, they always come in the bicycle, unlike us. And that is the reason they are always fit. And I happened to be there. And our good friend Parameshwar idare, bada Santosha namdu ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಪರಮೇಶ್ವರ್ ಅವರೇ, before next 365 days, I want minimum 3 of my students to get travel grant. ಆಗಲೇಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ಬರೀ ಚಾಕ್ಲೇಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋದರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. Probably next time if you get some silver articles, most girls and our lady staffs will answer all your questions. And I'm extremely happy that SSIT is doing this kind of international meetings in a grand manner. But just before coming here, I mentioned this to our Honorable Chancellor, who is extremely happy to have international delegates here. My request to Dr. Piet Komers, kindly visit our university and academy, which is just about a few kilometers away from here before leaving this campus. And Madam Parvati Devi, I'm sure this is the first time you're coming here. I still remember, Madam, I am from medical background. And whoever comes here from other colleges, they want to visit our SSIT campus, because I'm sure nowhere else, in fact, it is of the international standard as far as the greenery is considered. I'm happy that you are all here. So in the coming years, kindly support all of our staffs, and they're all very enthusiastic. Most of my colleagues with 2, 3, 4 decades of experience, they're here giving good educations. By expanding to our new engineering college, we are in the process of going global in the coming years. I wish you all the best. Thanks, everybody. Congratulations to all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is always a pleasure to hear from you. Next, we'll carry out the felicitation as a token of remembrance and to show our gesture towards our guest. So I request all the dignitaries to felicitate Dr. Piet Komers. So I request the dignitaries to do the honors. So request the committee members. I request Professor G. Madhumala to brief the biodata of our guest.
Good morning, all. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Piet Komers to the gathering. Dr. Piet Komers is pioneer in media education and leader of NATO Advanced Research Workshops on cognitive learning tools. UNESCO professor and scientific leader with extensive experience in educational technology and social media. Media proved to be instrumental to emancipation, equity, and societal evolution. The smartphone, virtual reality, interactive video, hypermedia, expert systems modeling, and simulation. He is PhD holder in educational and media design with a master in pedagogy and a bachelor degree in teacher education. Received the prestigious academic award for innovative experimental design and was offered a research position in collaborative group problem solving, wherein he designed concise urban planning tasks. Long-term experience at management level coupled with a strategic appreciation and vision. Methodical in evaluation and systematic implementation. A strong work ethic with a high level of person integrity, leading by example, able to create trust in teams. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I request the dignitaries to stay back and to felicitate Mrs. Parvati Rachakunda. I request Dr. Champaka Malayas to brief the biodata of our guest.
Ms. Parvati Rachakonda is a program director in the Indian System Development Lab, IBM, and senior member of IEEE Bangalore section. Ms. Parvati worked with the Center for AI and Robotics from 1995 to 1997 after graduating with MS in Electronics Design and Technology from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. She joined IBM Microelectronics in 2001 and has been engaged with the ASIC, that is Apply Specific IC and Processor Development teams. Ms. Parvati has been on the IEEE Ventacon Steering and Technical Committee. In 2022, Parvati was nominated as a secretary for the IEEE Bangalore section, WIE, Women in Engineering. She, along with the chair and the WIE team, successfully led a 3-day conference at IISc in 2022. Parvati is passionate about enabling students to build career in system design. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I request the dignitaries to felicitate Dr. Himani Sani. I also request Dr. Babita Amman to brief.
Dr. Himani Saini is working as a senior scientist at UR Rao Satellite Center, Indian Space Research Organization, Bangalore, Karnataka, India. URSC is the forefront of the satellite technology towards conceptualization, design, development, fabrication, testing, launch, and in-orbit management of spacecraft. She has earned MS in Industrial Mathematics and Informatics from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, and completed her PhD in mathematical programming from same IITR. She is currently 1 decade old in space domain. After joining ISRO, initially 3 years, she worked in the area of launch vehicles rocket at Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, Thiruvananthapuram. Later, she switched over to URSC Bangalore. Since then, she is working on mission design, mission analysis, mission planning, and mission operation for low Earth orbit satellite till today. Being a mission expert, she is responsible for mission design, mission analysis, mission planning, and mission operations. She has been involved in many programs for ISRO for communication needs, social obligation, and scientific missions to meet the national requirements in the area like remote sensing, meteorology, and interplanetary exploration. She has actively participated and contributed for the success of various LEO missions and scientifically motivating leader to pursue the extra miles.
Thank you, madam. So I request the dignitaries to felicitate Dr. Parameshachari, sir. I request Dr. Nirmala madam to brief out.
Good morning, everyone. I am delighted to introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Parameshachari BD, a person of exceptional achievements. He is currently working as a professor and head in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering at Nitte Meenakshi Institute of Technology, Bangalore, affiliated to Visvesvaraya Technological University, Belagavi. He is also the visiting professor for University of Rome Tor Vergata, Italy. He is currently serving as a Student Activity Committee Chair, IEEE Bangalore section. He is also listed in the world's top 2% scientist by Stanford University, USA for his research works. He has published over 150 plus articles in SCI, Scopus, and other index journals, and also in several international conferences. He is the Associate Editor for Expert Systems Ville, International Journal of Computational Intelligence Systems, Springer, Wireless Communication and Mobile Computing, and International Journal of Reconfigurable and Embedded Systems. He is also serving as editorial board member, academic editor, and reviewer for several international journals indexed in SCI and Scopus. He has also served as the lead guest editor for Springer, Elsevier, and IEEE journals. Under his guidance, IEEE NMIT student branch has received Rs 20 lakhs funding from IEEE AESs. We are honored to have him here with us today. His achievements and dedication to the work serve as an inspiration to all of us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, madam. I request all the dignitaries to stay back. So, as a token of a gesture from IEEE Bangalore section, they would like to felicitate our SSIT family. So, firstly, I would like Dr. H.S. Annapurna madam to take the honors. Thank you, madam. I request Dr. Renukalata S. madam to take the honors. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. H.S. Annapurna, Professor and Head, Department of Information Science and Engineering, to render vote of thanks.
Honorable guests, distinguished delegates, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this inaugural session of our international conference, SSITCon 2024, it's my privilege to extend a heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed to making this event a success. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest sense of gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Piet Komers, Senior Advisor, UNESCO Learning Technologies, Netherlands, for his inspiring presence and thought-provoking address. Thank you, sir. We are deeply grateful to our honorable guest, Dr. Himami Saini, Senior Scientist, ISRO, for sharing her valuable insights with us. Thank you, madam. I sincerely thank our esteemed guest of honor, Mrs. Parvati Rachakonda, Program Director, IBM, for her kind participation and contribution to this event. Thank you, madam. I extend heartfelt gratitude to our respected guest, Dr. Parameshachari BD, SAC Chair, IEEE Bangalore Section, for gracing the occasion by his kind presence. Thank you, sir. I express my deepest sense of gratitude to Savyasachi, Dr. G. Parameshwara sir, Honorable Chancellor Sahe, Home Minister, Government of Karnataka, in his absence, who could not make it because of his busiest schedule. We are grateful to you, sir, for your tireless efforts in promoting research, innovation, and global engagement. I express our sincere thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. K.B. Lingegowda sir, who always makes it a point to be part of every beautiful occasion at SSIT. Thank you, sir, for your kind presence. Heartfelt thanks to our respected registrar, Dr. M.Z. Kurian, sir, who always enlightens us with short and sweet stories and make the event memorable one. Today we were not fortunate enough to listen to his stories. Thank you, sir, for your kind presence. I sincerely thank Dr. Vivek Viraya, sir, advisor to Chancellor, Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science, in his absentia. I express my sincere gratitude to our beloved principal, Dr. M.S. Ravi Prakasha, sir, whose hard work and dedication are truly inspiring to us. Special and sincere thanks to Dr. Renukalata Madam, Dean Academics, HOD Computer Science and Engineering, and organizing chair of this great conference, who has worked round the clock to make this mega event happen. Thank you, Madam. We are very much grateful to Mr. Suresh and his team from TIE for their kind support and cooperation for successful conduction of the event. We are thankful to Dr. Mamata, Principal SSIBM, for her kind participation. Thank you, Madam. Special thanks to Dr. L. Sanjeev Kumar, sir, Principal, Sri Siddhartha School of Engineering, for being part of this function. I would like to acknowledge the help extended by Professor Shivraj and his team for smooth conduction of the event. Many thanks to our Electrical Maintenance Department for ensuring smooth conduction of the event by providing uninterrupted power supply. Sincere thanks to Muddesh sir and his team and all the press and media persons for beautiful coverage of the entire event and providing wide publicity to the event. I thank all the deans, HODs, section heads of various departments whose presence has added a value to this event. I also thank all teaching and non-teaching staff for their kind presence. I wholeheartedly thank all our conference participants who are the key contributors to this event. I take this opportunity to thank all our session chairs, both internal and external, for having accepted our invitation and sparing their valuable time for us. I will be failing in my duties if I don't acknowledge the tireless efforts of our organizing committee members whose hard work and dedication have made this event possible. I heartily thank our student volunteers for their support to ensure smooth conduction of the event. I thank Dr. Babita MN, Dr. Champakamala S, and Professor Madhumala G for their short and sweet introduction of our esteemed guests. I express my thanks to Dr. Rashmi HC for her melodious invocation. Our sincere appreciation to Professor T.S. Bharat and successful conference. Have a great day. Thank you all.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all.
I'm sure you you are acquainted with many learning theories. There's the theory on direct instruction. There's a theory on discovery learning. There's a theory on elaboration, like semantic work. When you learn something, you have to think to make the connections. And that's the most important one. So my thesis here, can the microphone be a bit louder, please? So my thesis is that, louder please, that good learning means thinking. If the learning is by heart, you know what is the meaning, learning by heart. We say, if you learn it so that you can repeat it automatically, like you sing a song, that is also a good thing. That's also necessary. It's not bad, but it's not sufficient. Because more and more we get to the phases that we have to learn about so many domains and to combine so many domains. And that's called STEM. So you can see now that the AI has a huge impact, because not only because the systems will be there to help the human learner, but the system will be a partner for the teacher. And what can be done for the teacher? Teachers have a lot of administrative work. They spend about 20–30% of their job in administration. And that's a pity, because in that time they cannot really interact with the students. You can see here that the machines in the past, so-called book mill, and the construction to keep the books in the vertical position, that was a big achievement in the 15th century. And I think the main step we took with ICT nowadays is the multimedia and the hypermedia. So we have flexibility for the reader to browse through the text. And it can also only be done if there is a rich structure of semantic relations between the text, and we call it hypermedia text. It's a graph, it's a directed graph. So we can see that the real schools will change. Real schools will already have mobile phones. It's so strong that in the Netherlands and even more countries in Western Europe, the mobile phones are abolished from the school class, because it dissipates too much attention from the students, so that the teachers feel really lonely. Teachers are talking, and in the meanwhile the students are browsing through the text. Now, we have in the last 40 years, we have a nice number of simulation programs, like interactive physics, that is to do physical simulations. We have kinematic, we have electronic workbench, crocodile electronics, also to make structures, to make a circuit at a distance, and you can see the oscilloscope and see what is the signal coming out. So that's a very interactive way. It costs less material, and it's of course very good to promote the learning, because the learner is not shy. The learner is more free if you have a virtual version. Yes. And then we have the 3D modeling tools and the concept mapping. So let's see what is the future. We have now in education not only the intellectual layers, that is knowledge and skills. We have also social loyalty, missions in life. That was what I was telling in my introduction this morning during the ceremony. So we see more and more that school is not isolated from society. The learning should be a social culture, as we did this morning. And that is important, because if we postpone the moral and the ethical dimensions, it will not be optimal, I think. So that's what we do now. And we have, of course, the personality ethics and the responsibility. So if students in my classroom say, when I ask them, what do you want to achieve? If they say, we just want to get a certificate, my answer is, sorry, it's good, but not enough. A certificate is just a formal recognition of the formal part of learning, of the formal assessment, standardized national assessment. And that's, if that's only the outcome of learning, that's pity. Because the personalities in their job, when they come to their job, they need much more. For instance, Steve Jobs, the man who made Apple so great in the 80s of the last century, he was asked, tell me, what's your biggest concern? And Steve Jobs said, oh, we are recruiting the best people of the whole world as employees. And then we are paying them the highest salary. And finally, we are telling them what to do. You see, it's a contradiction. If you have such high talented people, why should you tell them exactly what they need to do? They need to find out what to do to help the company. You can see, and that is only possible if the prior education anticipates to that. There's still, I think, a wide ongoing misconception that a teacher is just the representation of the expertise. That should be, but he or she should be more. The teacher should be the didactic person, the guide, the coach, the mentor, who is leading the student in the learning process. And learning is much more than factual learning. It's also the personal learning, it's problem solving, it's creativeness. So we say then, if students don't learn the way we teach them, let's teach them the way they learn. And that's the basic notion that it's not enough to have the knowledge as a teacher. The teacher needs to be the coach, the process manager. You see, and sometimes you can even teach without mentioning the topic. We call it memes. So if I'm talking for 1 hour, I will only talk for half an hour, but after half an hour, you might ask, what did Mr. Commerce not talk about? That's a good question, because I might be shy to talk about it. So you can ask me a question about it, so prepare yourself for questions. But once you don't talk about it, and your story around it is clear, then the student has an idea what's happening there. That's taking place when, for instance, parents who don't want to talk about war or difficult times in life, conflicts, catastrophe in nature. If parents don't want to talk about it with the children, children will feel, here is something very important. My parents are afraid of it. And they start revolting. The children feel it as their responsibility to solve the problem the parents could not solve. You see. So we go to the next step. It is the notion of double loop learning. You see, the single loop learning is when you make a game, you play a game and you want to win, you develop tactics and then the game is over. This is called single loop learning. So you improve the gaming capacity. But what's more important, after the game, you stand still and ask yourself, wait, is this game useful? Is it the best game? Can we make a better game? Or maybe I should not do any game at this moment. And that's the global awareness. So that's happening when you go to the double loop learning and you say, why do we do it anyways? It's a metacognitive question. It has to do with you think about your thinking. You are more at a strategic level rather than a procedural or a tactical level. Now, if you look and compare the medical reality versus the educational one, it's clear that education is a soloistic job. The teacher is a solo player. While here you see so many persons around the surgeon. The surgeon is here, but there is helping anesthesia, etc. So this is the future of education, to make education more a multi-actor process. We call it team teaching. That there will be 1 or 2 extra teachers who will help me to perform, and then they will take over. You see, it's complementarity in the teaching process. Now, I just mentioned gaming, but much more important is playing. What's the difference? Gaming, you do it to win, right? You want to win the game. Once you win, the game is over. The playing is a never-ending process. You can see it here. The children, they take anything to play with. They will climb, they will throw, they will pull each other. And it's an ongoing process. There is a nice book. It's called Finite and Infinite Games. Because once you explore, that's what in experimentation. Find out what are the laws, differences. Now, AI has a lot of potential, but the question is always, is it really helpful for the professionals? And many people, like teachers nowadays, they are really irritated by ChatGPT. They say, my students, they are just ask the system, write a nice novel, and they don't do it by themselves. Now, what is my opinion? I think we should not abolish ChatGPT. We should use it. The teacher should make it clear how you can use ChatGPT. But it's not enough if you just copy what's coming out of the system. You should, of course, build your own story on top of that. And the main thing I would like to say, in the past, up to now, the main goal for learning is that the student has the similar expertise as the teacher. The student can perform the same skills, the same problem solving as the teacher who's in front of the classroom. That will not be the case after 5 years. Because exactly what GPT does, it spreads around all the domains, and it's no use just to copy available solutions of the past. So this is maybe a hard lesson. Maybe you are a bit disappointed because there's a lot of work. The generation of tomorrow will be problem solvers. Even they will not wait until the teacher gives them a problem. No, the teacher will say, you have to find a problem for yourself. Let me give you an example. I was coaching a PhD student in South Africa, East London, Martin Potjes. He was very experienced electronic teacher, knew everything about transistors, coils, resistors, capacitors, making power supplies, making filters, etc. And he had made a very nice device to make an electronic circuit by relays. So the relays made the switches rather than the printed circuit board, and he could see from a distance what's the signal coming out from the schedule oscillator, filters, etc. And he said, don't you like it? I said, it's very nice, but what do you want to do with it? I said, yeah, I don't know yet. So it's a solution for a problem that should be discovered. And I told to Martin Potjes, I said, maybe it's better that you really think and let me know what's the real problem in your courses. And he came back after 2 days. He said, Mr. Commerce, it's clear. There are 2 problems. The first is that my students are taking away the electronics from the classroom. That's not good, but that's the reality. So I have to fix it in the wall. That's my major concern. Second big thing is that my students are not motivated. Why not? I asked, why did they go and study electronics? He said, well, it's simple. Their parents, 20 years ago, at that time, electronics was a key for the future. I also did a lot of electronics. It was magic, like programming now. But nowadays, the job for an electronic engineer to design a circuit and to repair, etc., to modify, is not so much, if it doesn't work, you swap the printed board and then you get a new one. So he said, this is my problem. My students don't see the future. Then I said, so you should address that first. You should not start talking about oscillators and filters, etc. How to do that? I said, send your students in the city, in the neighborhoods, and call them back after 2 days and say, what did you see as a future, as a business for you to explore? What is your profession? Each student should find it out. And the number of students that came back with good ideas, and the best idea I would like to mention is, you can never predict, but they found out that in the football matches, the scoreboards with the more expensive clubs, the elitist clubs, they had nice scoreboards for the football game or the rugby game. And the poor clubs, they didn't have it. What's the price of the scoreboard? It was about $4,000. $4,000, could never pay it. But they found out, the students, we can make it for $80, buying components, making 7-segment displays, making multiplexed control, then we can make it for $80. We have a good business, we can sell it for $300 and we have a good profit. You see, the learning starts where the student sees the need for the study. If the student says, I just want to get my certificate, it's good, but not sufficient. Okay, I hope you got this idea. It's called problem-based learning. So it's not the teacher who gives the problem to the student. It is the teacher who says, you have to find out your own challenge. Go around in the world, check the persons on the street, in the companies, and find out what is your future. Now you can see AI, there's many applications. I go a bit quicker. How will it affect education? We can talk about it. The biggest thing is education will be promoted to achieve higher. And a big thing is, of course, how will the grading be? If this problem-based learning, the students in South Africa, when they make this design, this solution, how do you make it? What is the scale to acknowledge their performance? We don't have a standardized test. Each student should have his own test. The solution, my colleague did in South Africa, is to, the students need to go to experts, to shop owners, to people in the retailing, etc. And they just ask, what is the value of my idea for you? How do you rate it on a 5-point scale or a 10-point scale? It doesn't matter. And that was a valid measurement of what the students achieved. I will jump forward. This is a typical picture of a curriculum. You can see there's an anecdote, maybe a joke, but it's a so-called postcard of Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria. And you can see so many buildings. Is this a correct card? Who finds it a correct card? Nobody. Thank you for the right answer. It's indeed not a correct card. All the buildings are there. Nevsky Cathedral, all the palaces, Roman monastery, etc. But the constellation is not correct. Why not? They wanted to push everything on one card. And that's the biggest problem of curricula. We have so many content that the process of learning is ignored. We say, yeah, you have to learn about so many things. but how you learn it is left to the teacher. If it's a good creative teacher, it's fine. If the teacher is just a bit, I would say, docile, just following, then it's a poor process, I'm afraid. Network society, it means that the people that you know is very decisive. So the social context gets more and more important. Lately, I start playing tennis. It's a bit late for my age, but still I perform, you see. And originally, I am a violin player. And what is a network society? That you find out, there is a good tennis player who is also playing the violin, you see. So it's a kind of intersection. And in 7 steps deep, you can contact any person on the world. It sounds trivial, but it's really the case. 7 to the faculty is a huge number. It's about 12 billion. So the mobile phone has arrived. The question here is a lot of critique on social media. Is this a social situation? Maybe a negative social situation because people don't want to talk to each other. So if you complain, I hope it will continue. If you complain, then also the traditional media like the newspaper have weak parts. What's the biggest problem in education? The teachers, they don't want to take risks. They think the computer is a way to escape from the curriculum. So this is what teachers do. They start teaching about the computers. They use the blackboard to teach about the computers, and the students have their own individual learning process. Is this optimal? No, not optimal, because the teacher is not happy and students are not happy too. Is this a better situation? Absolutely. The teacher is talking about the real world, which is outside. And the teacher is molding, shaping the ideas so that students can see the story. Like maybe you know Flintstones. Do you know Flintstone? Fred by Flintstone, you know it. So students are very happy because the teacher is happy. The teacher tells a story, and that's part of life. The story is very important. In general, we see the problem that ICT has taken away a lot of time. About 50% of the time of the teachers is spent in administrative actions. This is a situation of my grandfather. It's about 100 years ago. He was teaching carpentry. And what you see is that my grandfather is teaching this boy how to do the chiseling, how to shape the wood so that it's perfectly rectangular. What are these students doing? Are they passive learners? No, not at all. Because they are very shy. You can see that. They are afraid that they get the next turn and they might fail. So what you see is that finally they show compassion with the student who has achieved this. We call it collaborative learning, and especially this situation is called vicarious learning. It means learning from another person. That's what's happening. Okay, we now have the situation that education gets more and more progress. It becomes more sophisticated. Why? Not because education is not happy, but because you see that society gets more complex. It starts from the nomadic society up to the network society, the smart society. If you look here, so many cars and motorbikes in the streets, it is really wonderful. As far as I can see, not so many accidents are happening. I didn't look to the statistics, but people are so excited. They pay attention to the millimeter that I think it's a wonderful thing. But maybe in future there will be more sensors so that the streets will divide the capacity and more distances taken. This is another dimension where the industry is progressing up to Industry 4.0 based on machine learning. And education has to cope with the most challenging aspects from both dimensions. Now, here you can see where do we learn most from. When we read, we have a low effect, 10% we can remember. When you hear, it's higher. When you combine the modalities, read and see, read and hear. When you discuss, you get a big increase from 50 to 70%. What we experience, and when you have an excursion, you have a lot of things that you will never forget. What makes the best condition for learning? It is when you teach someone else. If you have taught another person, so it's great, the cinema is over. Let's see. Summary is that learning by teaching. The general idea, what I see, is that students might go to the best co-students, to the best classmates in terms of intellectual skill. Because they think, of course, the best student has good solutions and I can take it. I can hike on the same good student. And it's not a good solution. Where do you learn most from? If you are going to teach to a student from a lower class, you have to explain yourself. Then you learn a lot. Explaining means you have to learn very deep. So that is the outer mind consciousness that I claimed in the middle. Here you can see situations where students work together. It is not spectacular. You can see it in many schools at this time. The classrooms will be different. Even the lecture halls will be different. And this is a kind of summary. We have two ways of learning, two aspects of learning, and the nature of learning. Did you have a good food before? Are you thirsty? Are you sleepy? Did you have a big conflict this morning? Did your girlfriend or your boyfriend say hello, bye, bye, bye? Then you don't feel ready for learning. It's a torture. So that should be okay. And the culture of learning is all the appointments people make. When you sit in the room, you have to sit still. You may not talk. You may not sleep. These are all cultural appointments, so-called etiquette. And these are always in interaction. Recently, we learned that sleep is so important for learning. And there was a long time in Japan, and when students had a long night studying all the books, they fall asleep during lecture hall. And the teacher is not angry. He lets them sleep for several minutes. Because in the sleep, the memory is working well. We call it consolidation. The chemicals go from the hippocampus to the cortex. If you have the slow wave sleep, that's the first part of your sleep. That's it typically. If you start sleeping 11:30, from 1 to 3, then you have your slow wave sleep. If you are disturbed in that sleep by small buzzing, then after a few days you get huge problems. Because all the information is stacking, is not processed. There is no release of the short-term memory. Then we have, of course, the technology. That's the catalyst to make the learning more vivid, more, let's say, evolution. There are two famous people in learning theory. Piaget. He said that learning is a natural process, or development, cognitive development goes like plants grow or animal grow. It is an organic process. You cannot speed up the learning by pulling the grass. The grass will not grow fast. This person, Lev Vygotsky, who was famous in the Soviet time, from the 1930s, he said, yes, you can speed up the learning. How to do it? You can tease the student. How do you do it? You give them a task where they have to be very careful. For instance, if children need to divide the laminates in a party, evenly, then they are more attentive than making a drawing how to do it. because they feel the competition, they feel the social pressure. Okay, this is the main cycle of learning. You start with a concrete experience, then you go to reflection. It means you think about what you saw, what you hear. Then you go to abstraction. You make a schematic diagram, for instance, or a formula. Then you do active experimentation, and you go back to a new experience, a new perception. So this is the overall cycle of the learning. It's called the Collop learning cycle. This will be the future school. A lot of reactions. This student, is this student an active learner? I think so. The student is busy to find the mistake in the robot. Why is the robot not working? It's a typical situation for problem solvers. The Google class was abolished, was thrown out of society, except for people with visual handicap. Why? That's important because learning is a social process. If I'm talking to you, and if you have the Google Glass, like this boy, I know you can record it at the time. Now, there is a recording anyway, but if you can record a personal conversation, then I don't have to trust. I feel shy, because what I say can be used against me. So it's not a fair situation using the camera in a normal conversation, especially between students and teachers. It's not advisable. Also, the virtual reality. They can be used to experiment, of course. You can make a chemical model. And this is just a picture to say, is this also a learning activity? It looks like messy. It's a bit like sketching, etc. This boy is making an early way of concept map. The traditional way of learning was a kind of contemplation. You look in the text and you read as slow as the writing has been. You see, it's as if you build the knowledge, reconstruct the knowledge. This way of reading is more recently, it's called active reading, critical thinking. And what it does is that the reader tries to explain and understand what's behind the text. Who was writing it? Why was it written? Are there better texts? And that's exactly what we need in, let's say, fake news. So many of us, we meet in the social media, some information, everybody can publish, but it can be wrong material, it can be even dangerous material. So this is a new notion that critical reading is an important thing, not because students don't accept that there is good learning material, but simply because they have to learn to be critical readers. Now, there are two ways of learning. I found it out by accident. We call it the serendipity effect. You know, serendip, it's from Sri Lanka. The children, the royal children, they were looking for something. They could not find it. But instead of that, they found something much more valuable. Now, this was my serendipity effect. The learners at the left side, they are good learners because they can remember in a short range very well. They read very quickly and they have a photographic memory. So when they close the book, they can still see the pages and they can remember. The test the next day will be very high. This student, we call it holistic. I tell you why. This student has not a good memory, not a good short-term memory at least. And what this student does is all the time make connections to what he already knew. We call it elaborations. And the effect is that the student needs much more time, student here on the right side. But in the long run, the student will remember much more. And, quite important, the knowledge of the student is connected. So you can see the disadvantage of a weaker short-term memory has the benefit that you have to learn much more in terms of meaning and constellations of meaning. So your knowledge structure becomes much more saturated. And that's not only that, the student at the right side becomes a much better problem solver. Because for problem solver, you cannot simply go through the information. No, you have to be open for many perspectives to find a good solution. Later I will give you an example. I'll skip this. This is a typical problem. Pay attention, because I will ask you the solution. There are 3 vegetable shops, and the left one says highest quality. You can understand, highest quality. On the right one, the shop says lowest prices. What should the shop in the middle write on the fence? You get 1 or 2 minutes to find a solution. And if you find a solution, I have a reward for you. So, I want the best solution. What should the shop in the middle write on the fence? Go ahead. You can discuss with your neighbor. You can discuss with the neighbor. You know it already? No? Try. Please. Could you come for... wait. Is there a microphone I can give around? Do you have a microphone? That can be... yeah, I would like. So. Thank you. Is it ready? No, not yet. Okay. Okay. You can tell me and I will translate. I will speak it out.
High quality with low price.
Thank you. I will remember that. And, more solutions. The solution was high quality with lower prices. Combine the both. That's your solution. Bravo. More solutions. I'm looking carefully to the reactions, especially in the back of the room. Because many times in the back of the room are the best solutions. Who wants to make a try? No solutions? I think because you are too clever. So again?
They might don't compromise in the quality, and they'll be providing with the same price.
Yes.
In the meat, when it comes to meat,
Yes.
either in the left we have highest quality. We don't know like what might be the price.
Yes, yes, exactly.
We need to know like we just matter the thing is the quality.
Yes, so it's the combination. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, we can use it later. Thank you. I will now continue. Do I still have 1 or 2 minutes? Yes, okay. Thanks for all your reactions. I hear 2 reactions and basically they are the same. The reaction from the 2 persons, and I like them, it is to make a combination. Shop in the middle says both quality and prices are good. But this is not the best solution. The best solution I heard is from a child, a girl from 5 years old. What she said, mind you, fasten your seatbelts please. The girl said in the middle, there should be the text entrance. Thanks for your spontaneous reaction. And you see, it is not only a matter of academic thinking, it's not only a matter of mathematics or topology or geometry. It is a matter of courage. How to make your shop effective. Well, this is myself when I started my career 50 years ago, and it was an urban planning task. And it's just one example how I did my best to make students better problem solvers. So, plan your own city was a task. What I thought is a good promoter of what I call divergent thinking. Think in different ways. And you can see how students do that. They have to use all the blocks on a certain space. And first of all, they have to make it as an individual task. Here's my explanation. And then they go around and they look to each other's solutions. That's the second step. The third step is that they need to sit together and make an ultimate city with the four of them. They have to combine each other understanding. So it's really collaborative work. And these are kind of solutions, how to cope with the connectivity. Then there was a schematic drawing, and what was found out that students, if they have a different background in terms of socio-economic class or ethnic backgrounds or different hobbies or different learning styles, they perform better because the communication was more effective, was richer. When students are different, they have to explain much better what they mean. It fits to a general finding. If you have problem solvers in industry to find solutions, you take the experts together and they have to do mindstorming, how do you call it, brainstorming, and they get a certain outcome of quality of solutions. If you add some novices, people who are not experts at all, general citizens, if you add some to the team, the quality of the team of experts goes up. Why? Simply because the experts need to talk more clearly in easy terms. Because the novices, they don't understand the jargon. They need clear language. And they will ask so-called stupid questions. They will ask, what's the meaning of entertainment? What do you mean by that? Or what do you mean by connectivity? What do you mean by traffic management? What do you mean? And by explaining that, the experts became better problem solvers, got higher outcome. I did the same for teachers, and we have a similar experience. So my summary is that we start from document retrieval, and we go to schematic representations. This is something from the 14th century called the Sephirot. It's a tree of wisdom. It has been used to study the Talmud, the Jewish Bible. And here you see, sorry for that. I have to go back. I'm too quickly. Okay. The London Underground map is an excellent example of a conceptual representation. Namely, the topology is not correct. The distance here is not fitting. The distance here in the center is not fitting too. It's too much exaggerated. It's so-called, they call it fisheye view. So you see in the middle, it's very good magnified, and the surrounding is very compressed. So here you can see a part of the concept map. It's a navigation tool. And my thesis is that what I want really to achieve is that studying has to cope with what line should I take in order to come in an efficient way at a certain point. Now we have three types of knowledge. We have the technical skills, the human skills, and the conceptual skills. They are called skills here, but it's also kind of knowledge. And the conceptual skills, I would like to give some examples. This is a picture. Please discuss with your neighbor what is the meaning of the picture. So, because we ran out of time, I will help you. Is it a positive picture or is it a negative? Is it a sarcastic picture? Is it a cynical picture? Is it a pessimistic picture? Or is it just a teasing picture where the reader has to decide what is the meaning of the picture? The picture is about, I would say, about urban planning, how to make the cities. Here it's like farm. You plant the buildings, they grow, and when they are at the right size, you bring them to the city. Right? Is it a positive message? Do you believe? I see from your face you don't believe it. It cannot be a good city, right, if you do it like this. The agriculture metaphor is not fit to make a human city. How do you make a city? A good example was in South Africa again. When they make a new townships, they build the houses, but they don't make the roads yet. After 1 or 2 months, you see some lanes in the grass coming. That means people are looking for other people. You can watch my children. Maybe I can repair your bike. Here is my car. It needs another color or whatever. So it's a pragmatic need. So the roads will be made afterwards. In other words, this is a top-down approach. It's not very likely to happen. What's the meaning of this picture? Is it a positive picture? Or is it a negative picture? Or is it just an impossible picture? Is it a dangerous picture? What would you see? How do you rate? Maybe I'm not so nice because this is a typical picture that appeared in the Dutch newspaper about 30 years ago. So the meaning of the picture you can only understand if you know the situation, but it's good, like in commercial pictures, that you try to diagnose what is the meaning of the picture, what's the potential meaning now. What's happening here? We have a very small country in the middle, between Utrecht and Rotterdam. We call it the Green Heart. It's just few kilometers. We are so proud of it. It's the last green part of Holland, in the middle. And they say, when we make the fast train, we should try to use the existing rail for the two, for the slow train and the quick train. And the picture, and it was in the House of Commons, it was a problematic thing. No decision was made for several years. Until this picture was made, the journalist made the picture to say, stop talking, it's impossible. You have to make a second track for the fast train. So that's what we call conceptual thinking. Now, here in Japan, I was several years in Japan. When you have the classical situation, students are very busy to prepare for the tests, and only after that they make a fancy fair. They make the food and the music, etc., and they offer me some nice cookies. This is the alternative situation. It is in Hakodate. It is a lecture hall? No. It is a project space. So you can see here, students, they work together, and they work from day one for an employer. So they don't start to learn via lectures. They ask themselves, how can I get a job? And they try to work for the employer, and they find a lot of jobs. So this is my summary. You know, of course, when I ask you, learning and playing, they need each other. That was the beginning of my lecture. Second, learning and working, they need each other too. You have to learn to work before you work. You have to learn during the work. You have to learn to work in a better way. Otherwise, you get a burnout. Now, what is this a possible connection? Please talk to your neighbor for a few seconds. What is the relationship between playing and working? Does it make sense or is it nonsense? Go ahead. I will go around with the microphone. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. Yes, thank you. It's coming. I would like some reactions. Who would like to give a first reaction? Does it make sense to combine playing with working? Please.
Thank you, sir.
Please.
So whenever we need to learn something, we need to consider it as a playing game. Whenever we did the same thing in our childhood, so then only we understand the concept and understand the things and analyze the things in a proper way. So whenever we are thinking learning concept as a burden, it's burden to you and you are not understanding the concept and you are not working with that in a proper way. So that's why, whatever the things it is mentioned in the Venn diagram, learning, playing and working, they are interrelated and it helps you to learn in a better way. So that's why learning and working is also a good relationship and learning and playing is also a good relationship and playing and working also good relationship is there. And that means it exhibits the good relationship between all these circles, whatever it is mentioned in the Venn diagram. So that's why we need to adapt all these things in our teaching and learning method. So then it helps you to success in your goals, whatever you have taken for that in your future.
Big applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wants somebody to add? It's marvelous. You give a complete interpretation. It is indeed, it's possible. Learning is not just, playing is not just wasting time. Playing means experimentation. So, oops. So it is the goal to use your imagination to think about the concept you are learning in physics, in technology, in economics. This is the only way to do. I would like to thank you. Namaskara. Thank you. Have a good time. And if you have questions, please pay me several dollars. I will give the answer. Thank you.
So today I will be taking you through a little bit of a historical perspective of how our systems have evolved, and uh, and then get to a point where we see that there is a lot of co-design that is happening to enable the systems of this generation. So we'll get into the next. So what you see here, I see. Okay, that's fine. No, so what you see here is IBM mainframe, which is a Z mainframe. So if you go swipe your credit card anywhere, so you would probably have crossed one of these systems. So in the spirit of your conference, this is a very highly secure system, and it is a major one. And on the right, you see two pictures. The top is a chip view, the processor that fuels this system. And below the picture that's kind of partially shown, maybe the curtain is obstructing, or is it okay? Is the view visible? Yeah, okay. So it's the accelerator chip. So in this day and age, how are we getting performance is what I will be walking through. So my title will be Hardware Accelerators in System Design. So going to the next slide. I just wanted to take a quick historical perspective. Pardon me? You can do that. I can do it? Okay. Oh, okay. So all of you would have studied this in your basic electronics books, first 101s. So this is a little bit of an evolution. 1963 is when there was an invention of the CMOS itself, and the microprocessor ICs, where we started integrating a lot more, is 68. So pretty right. And 75 is when Gordon Moore theorized that with every year, you will see that there is, with every 2 years, there will be a doubling that happens, and the gate length will also keep coming down. That is the other axis here. The axis on the left is talking about the dimension of the transistor and density. So with time, we have arrived at a point where today we are designing at 5 nanometers, and that is feasible because of the introduction of FinFET. So that is Gordon Moore's prediction. He said there will be a number of components per chip, which increase by a factor of 2 every year, and a combination of scaling and increase of chip area. What does this do? Increasing chip area, what does it do? Today you have a mobile phone where you have almost all aspects of what you can think about. Your camera is on, your audio voice, best voice recorder is on. I think your mobile phone is probably the best that you have in your hand, which probably went to space maybe a few decades ago, right? And so that's been the nature of the technology improvement over time, which enabled all of this integration. So why do I want to say this? I'll give you the next slide. If you just go to the next slide, So this slide actually talks about the evolution of the CPU, which is the core processor, the processing unit, the central processing unit, and the graphical processing unit, and the chip area. The chip area is the y-axis here, and the x-axis is the time evolution. So the CPUs, if you see, you all have studied your 8085, 8086. You see the CPUs have also, the power of the CPUs have increased. But what you see is roughly about the 2000 time frame is when you started seeing a lot of the graphic processing units picking up. And these are actually aiding a whole lot of feature additions that we are able to get. Originally, when we introduced our GPUs, the intent was to be able to get a better visual rendition. It was about getting better, you get a faster video processing and a better video processing and such. But eventually the GPUs they're getting used for several other purposes also, where you're getting a better performance. So the right of all about the 2000 is when you're seeing this. And the doubling of the integration is happening, but the performance you're not getting right out of the CPU because we have pretty much hit the limits of what physics can do. So this prompt, so if you are into the business of systems or if you're thinking about your next mobile, what's my next mobile going to offer, you're thinking about what are the more features that I can get out of the mobile. Maybe today we have good number, but you wait and see what your next one will offer. So where is that coming? The innovation has to come more from an architectural level. So from a systems perspective, I would like to touch upon the architectural innovation. So again, this is again a perspective of the technology. So while I know that there are not a lot of EE students here, I will still just go quickly on the timeline. This is IBM's picture of a power system, just for kind of a statement of what the power systems could do. Power systems have been greatly a centerpiece of high performance computing. And in the more recent generations, we have seen we've added so much of features to it to be able to address a lot of the AI workloads and also to be able to, so today we call them the cognitive systems. And how is it that we are able to get all of this power into the system is by by integration, increase of power purely because the technology, I showed you the maps where till 2000 we got a very good gradation of how much more we can add. So we here, if you see, the first block here is a dual core. If you go, we have a dual core and a quad core and such. And then if you go here, you're at an octa core and go into power 8 and power 9 systems, we have added more features here. And today where we have these systems scale to a level that they can handle about 30 cores and 240 hardware threads that can go. And along with it, we have added a whole lot of acceleration. The purpose of the slide is to say that the ISA, which is the instructions that you have on the core, are AI optimized. So here is where we are building the power of compute, what was mostly sitting with operating systems, translating all of the workloads into a pure compute that can happen on the core to power that is there as part of hardware, and therefore you get a better performance, you get a faster performance. So alongside that, the crypto security, the secure systems is yet another big feature. So there are aspects of crypto that we have added to these cores. So I just wanted to give a one slider view of the entire stack. If you see, this is like at the hardware level, what are all the features that we have added by means of more integration and more hardware acceleration features that we have added. So process security, which is mostly with the crypto algorithms, you would have heard about your AES and SHA algorithms. These are realized right in hardware. So these are the ones that we call as hardware accelerators. So this is what gives you the power of being able to do it in real time, and which if you had to do it in software, it would have taken that much more. If you swipe your card and if you're waiting for an authentication, that's absolutely not okay. And that too with the many people hitting server at the same time. So with that, the security as a feature has its roots all the way from hardware and across the stack. So with that, for example, if you look at the availability of systems, you see that the virtualization, which is one of the very key aspects of how I will make my systems more available, there is a lot of thinking at an operating system and architectural level on how you're going to make it a secure one. So you study a lot of that. And at a workload level also there is, at an application level, there is security aspects. So talking about confidential computing, there is a whole aspect that you should think about as across the stack that you could realize. So going on to the next one here, I wanted to take you through a short, journey of how we are able to bring AI. A lot of you have studied about AI algorithms. You've studied about how you're going to be implementing it. In this talk, what I want to do is to see how AI is being realized through hardware. And why is that important? We'll go through that also, right? So here is the initial slide. I showed a particular chip, which we call as the Spire. So this is a PCIe card. This goes on into the system, and this is the processor. Now, at a very processor level, we have several features, like you have a very good core that is, thanks to this, the integration, we get a lot of features that we can add, memory that you could put on the system that gives you the performance. But in addition to that, the accelerators that are on the chip include the SART, the compression, the crypto. For example, as a software engineer, if you see a number of algorithms or tasks that you do, you would see which are the ones that are most repetitive. Like anytime I have a database, what am I doing? I'm doing a sort. Can I bring that as a feature into the hardware? Yes. So we have gone ahead and done dedicated hardware that can do sort, for example. So similarly for crypto, we talked about the AES, SHA, the PQC algorithms that can be put right there. The next one, which is of very great importance in the kind of workloads that we see today that hit the systems, are the AI workloads. This chip that I talked about is a complete AI chip that can speed up a lot of your inferencing. And so that is how you will achieve the features that we are talking about here. So if you see the technology for a minute, if you just go back and look at the kind of integration, just to give a sense of what it is, the complex device, you have like 40 plus billion transistors that are integrated onto like a 600 square millimeters. So that leaves a lot of power to the systems out here. And the additional chip, so if you remember the picture where we talked about the GPUs, now you have specific hardware that is going and helping your matrix operations, which are like the key for all your AI algorithms, sped up by the additional hardware. In here, what we have, I'll come back to this in a minute, but I wanted to spend a little time on how we are able to realize this. So this is where I talk about the hardware software co-design. So if you have thought about the ISA comprising of instructions that would be like your add, multiply, divide, and so on, today you will have a matrix operation, or you call it the NN-off, which will become part of your instruction set, and it operates directly on the tensor data in the user space. So when the processor sees such kind of an instruction, it will steer it to a specialized logic. So back here, I talked about acceleration that you can get out of the card, but there is also AI acceleration that we have built into the chip. So if you look at the picture on the right, this is pretty intuitive, you should say, where for several matrix operations that you need to do, like a convolution kind of an operation, there is portion of code, you call it the specialized code or the firmware, where you write it and then you say, this kind of does the job of bringing the required data, taking it through this particular systolic array, doing the processing. Each of these small blocks are mini processors, and then returning it back to the core. So with that, what could happen is that if you have now swiped your credit card transaction, and if you needed the system to authenticate whether it was really you by means of your picture information, it is very much feasible because you have been able to give that power of speed by embedding hardware into the processor itself. So that's about the portion of hardware acceleration. Now, where else would we use all of this. So we talked about the CPUs, the GPUs, that the graphic processing units or the tensor processing unit. So these are all like kind of the different mechanisms or means by which you would use the data. But you see that several of your workloads that you might throw at your system are pretty much going to be of these nature, right? You either have a structured or unstructured data, you do a lot of data conditioning, then you're running your algorithms, and then eventually you're getting what you require, whether it is in the area of medicine or whether it is in education or whether it is in the case of your automotive as well. But one thing that is generic here is that AI as a whole is going to be a majority of the workload. Therefore, there is a whole lot of need to innovate at a system level and to bring the right kind of acceleration to those workloads. So that said, what's the game plan here? So we've had the traditional AI where you had, for example, the fraud detection. So immediately what you need to quickly infer, you go onto the chip and then use the neural network operation to figure out. And then if supposing, for example, somebody comes in and says, I need a particular loan application to be kind of approved. Maybe that's not an application where you need an immediate result. It could take more time, but here you have enhanced fraud protection, for example, can go through the additional cards. So the net of what I wanted to say here was, so where you have faster turnaround time that you require, you need to be on the core. And where you can have a little bit more time, you can use additional AI acceleration on the cards. So the future of what you will be all kind of being engaged on would be in optimizing at a software level what goes where, how do I steer it for a most optimal kind of a performance that I can get from the system. So that's summarily what I wanted to say or share about the AI. This is just a quick picture of the overall stack. So we will have a core processor, you will have the AI accelerator, and then we talked about the firmware. So the firmware is the one that basically enables any of the direct interaction that needs to go with the hardware that's there on the processor or on the accelerator. And then at a next higher level, with all your ML frameworks, your Python, TensorFlow, Onyx, they leverage the whole processor power, and then they're able to do their, you could get the optimal kind of performance with that. So that and said, I wanted to spend some more time here, obviously asking more of questions on what you are planning to do once you graduate. So I know that I'm totally on the other side of what we just heard from Peter's talk right now earlier, that we are not going to be telling what you do, but you're going to be discovering what are the problems that are out there and what could you solve with the kind of skills that you pick up when you graduate, right? So what you could do as software engineers is directly go pick up, do code development, or you could, still here. So you could engage in enhancing how you could increase the power of these processors so that you can solve more complex problems. I was talking to earlier, and we had our power systems partner with the Texas Medical Center, where they had complex problems like cancer research that was ongoing, and they could crack because the compute power helped them with coming up with inferences of what is the current state and what could you do to be able to give the right kind of medication. And pretty much it's like how close you can get to the need. So find the need, use the power of technology, and come up with new solutions. I think that should be the motivation end of this. But the space here is pretty open. You could go engage on any of these architectural areas. You could think about coming up with more of novel ISA instruction sets and go innovate on what could be some more of these crypto algorithms. Today we talk about quantum computers. If quantum computers are real, all your algorithms can be cracked in no time. So if you have to come up with algorithms, crypto algorithms that can beat quantum computers, so there are those areas where you can certainly build your skills. Of course, the AI algorithms, and we talked about the hardware acceleration and how best can you leverage the hardware architecture to get the best performance. Those are also some of the areas. And of course, there is system validation kind of areas. So it is not that computer science engineers are only working in developing algorithms or coding. You can engage on a suite of fronts. That's summarily what I wanted to communicate through this. One other aspect I wanted to quickly touch upon while I'm here is there is a lot of good focus in the India as a geo for developing processors and innovating in the areas of automotive, energy, industrial segments, and also healthcare. I would add that as well here. And we have stalwarts like L&T Semiconductors who are now engaging in building fabs and kind of having collaborative work with companies like IBM to develop these processor architectures. So this opens up a lot of opportunities for you as students to, also pay attention to what you're working on. So your infrastructure as a whole is pretty critical to any of this, and for which you need to keep your interest going on those aspects as well. Similarly, you would have heard about CDAC. I know Himan will be talking soon about what ISRO does, but CDAC is yet another big processor developing team in India, and they have done a lot of work in the high performance computing space. So with that, I open up for any questions you may have. Some more of the literature here, but any questions anybody has, anything I can help with? If not, I'll keep it short. I'll be available for some more time so you can catch up. I'll go on to the next speaker again. Thank you very much.
For adopting new things and integrating both the things in achieving the research goals in our career. Thank you very much, ma'am. So now I request Dr. Imani Sani, madam, to give the keynote address, and it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Imani Sani, madam, to Dr. Imani Swami is working as a senior scientist at the UR Rao Satellite Center, Indian Space Recognition Research Organization, Bangalore. And she has earned a responsible position in various Indian message came through, satellite and scientific mission also. And she also the proactive member of IEEE family and the Vegas Society as well. And proud to say that she worked as a operation director and played major role in Indian first landmark mission, that is ESCOT, dedicated to explain polymerity. She is the recipient of ISRO Award for her major contribution and excellence. Thank you.
Forcefully you reminded me.
Can use this. Can use this.
It's fine?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I know we are already running with the shortage of time. I will try to finish my stuff as early as possible. So, I'm working in ISRO at URL Satellite Center, and I am working in mission planning and operations group. So, we are working for the mission. So, that's the reason in the working the area of the mission, I thought to give that today's talk on what are the aspects required in order to have any mission design, analysis, and the planning aspects. So these are the things which I am going to cover in my things, how we are going to select the orbit for the different kind of various application of the satellites, and what is the spacecraft attitude definition, and what are the space segment drivers, and the spacecraft data analysis after the launch of the satellites. So, when we are coming to the space mission planning, the spacecraft mission planning is very highly complex and multidisciplinary activities which start from the definition of the mission objective, realization of the satellite, design of the satellite, launch, and operationalization till the end of the life of the satellites. So what we do, whatever the mission planning is there, we translate all the planning into the mission operations. And in order to design, in order to plan, we need the requirement is we should have the knowledge of the spacecraft elements, we should have the knowledge of the user data requirements. These are the main thing which we require. And if we talk about the overall mission life, it consists of the conceptualization, then development, design and development, then deployment and the operational and its support. With this cycle, it will be the end-to-end process will be followed for any mission. So the space mission can be categorized into
It's going to be relay on YouTube. That's okay. I'll close that.
it's your wish.
No. It is going to be.
Okay, no problem. So, depends upon the various kind of mission, it can be categorized as space and exploration mission like Chandrayaan, Mars mission. Now, recently we get the approval for the Venus mission and Bharatiya Antariksh Station. These will be the forthcoming satellites, and the Gaganyaan, that is the human space mission. And others are the remote sensing satellites and communication satellites. The others are few are technology demonstration and the planetary mission. So based upon the category of the mission, the objectives are derived. So it is very clear mission requirements are driven from the mission goals. So in order to have that, the mission requirements, what are the encompasses? We require the launch vehicle. We require the space segment. The space segment, if we talk about, it consists of the two things. One is the payload and one is the platform, or we call the mainframe. Mainframe is required in order to maintain the health of the spacecraft and to manage the orientation of the spacecraft in the space. And the payload are the main configuration driver for which the satellite has been launched. Now next to the orbit, what kind of orbit, and the orbit is also selected, it depends upon the type of the operations, mission and the attitude. Ground segment, we should have a large network of the ground station in order to track the satellite, in order to have the data processing, and the overall mission life. We would like to maximize the mission life.
If I come to the launch vehicle, the mainframe, for mainframe we require the structure, power, attitude and control, and TTC, thermal, sensors and others. All these things I will be covering in my subsequent slides. So it's very clear, in order to design a satellites, so we should know this is which type of mission, and the type of mission decides the type of the orbit and what is its weight and what is its power. So we are having different classification: the low Earth orbit, the polar and inclined, and constellation, and geostationary orbit, interplanetary. I will be explaining in my further slides. And on the basis of the weight, if the 1 kg to 10 kg class of satellites require less than 10 watt of power, these kind of satellites are known as the nano satellites. 10 kg to 100 kg comes under the class of the micro satellites. For that we require less than 100 watt of power. 100 kg to 500 kg comes under the category of the small satellites, require less than 1 kilowatt power, and 500 and above comes under the large satellite. They require more than 1 kilowatt of the power. So based upon the intended applications, also we are having these kinds of satellites. So these are the type of the satellites. I will not go into detail because some lack of time. So communication satellite, we are having the INSET series, scientific mission like AstroSat, Chandrayaan 3 recently, and we have seen the Aditya mission, and we have seen ExpoSat mission, that is in which we are going to study the 53 stars, which has been launched on 1st of January 2024, and it is first landmark mission which is going to study the polarimetry. Remote sensing satellite, Cartosat, OceanSat, different kind of satellites are there, experimental and the navigation based. So satellite types require different type of orbit, as I told. So as I have told my previous slide, the low Earth orbit, medium, high altitude and hyperbolic orbits. So low Earth, on the base of the, if we classify in terms of the altitude, to 250 to 1000 kilometer altitude coming under the category of the low Earth orbit satellites. 1000 to 20,000 kilometers are coming into the category of the medium Earth orbits, and 20,000 above it's coming under the category of the high altitude orbits, and the hyperbolic orbits which is having the velocity which we call, like, they should have the escape velocity. So most of the remote sensing satellite, Cartosat series, OceanSat series, these are coming under the category of the low Earth orbit satellites, and these will be launched around 400 to 600 kilometer altitude range. So if I talk about the mission architecture, the mission architecture consists of the following: the spacecraft platform and the payloads, orbit. We require the launch vehicle, mission operation, ground segment, establishment, user segment, and broad mission operational phases. So we will be having various phases, the launch phase and the target orbit acquisition phase, normal operation phase, payload operation phase, and special operation phase. So special operation phase depends upon the type of the mission. Like if we are having the scientific mission, so their requirements are different. So we will be having different kind of operation like Chandrayaan, Aditya, and ExpoSat. The science mission are little different than the nominal missions. So there we will be having some extra special requirements. So if we talk about the broad functional activity, how we are designing any mission, it can be divided into the 3 categories. First is phase A, phase B, and phase C. So what is phase A, phase B, phase C? Is nothing but the mission analysis. Phase B is mission planning, and phase C is mission operations. So what we do in mission analysis? So as I told, the input are derived from the definition of the mission objective. What is our objective? What we want to achieve? On the basis of that, the inputs will be derived, and a lot of analysis has been done. So after doing a lot of analysis, we will be getting and we will be arriving at the spacecraft configuration. So the output of the phase A, that is the mission analysis, is the spacecraft configuration. The output of phase A will go to the input to the phase B, that is the mission planning. So by using the spacecraft configuration, We will be designing the database, that is the telemetry and telecommand, how we will be communicating to the satellites. So database will be formed, then we will be forming the flight control procedure. What is the flight control procedure? How to operate a particular subsystem step by step. So we will be making that. Then one is contingency recovery procedures. So suppose we have planned something in some manner, and because of some anomaly, because of some reason, it didn't happen. Then how to handle that situation? So for that situation, we will be having the contingency recovery procedures to how to do that. Suppose, let me give you the example. We have planned the solar panel deployment, and after the launch, the solar panel deployment didn't happen as per the plan. Then we will go through some other way. So for that, we will be having the contingency recovery procedure, how the solar panels should be deployed. So we will be having the primary, secondary, and tertiary. So like that, some backup plans will always be there. And the next is sequence of events, how to operate the satellite. So timeline-based sequence of events will be designed, and we will be operating the satellite with the timeline-based sequence of events. So by doing all this planning, it will be sent to all the subsystems like power, thermal, control. All the subsystems will go. Once all the subsystems will get the clearance, so there is one committee will be there, that is called the MOR, Mission Operation Review Committee. Once the committee clears, then phase B activities are over. Then we are moving to the phase C, that is the mission operations. Then we translate all those things into the mission operations, and the mission operations will be carried out initial phase operations, then normal phase operations, and till the end of the life of the satellite, we will be maintaining the satellites. That way, this cycle will keep on going. So this I have already told. The space segment consists of the transport segment, because in order to launch the satellite, we require the launch vehicle, we require a rocket. So rockets also, which launch vehicle will be required, it depends upon the type of the mission, the space segment and the ground segment, and we require a network of station. So these are the typical mission elements as I told: launch segment, orbit, space segment, mission operations, ground segment, data processing, and mainly the user requirement, what user wants. So mission design and analysis, if we do, so we do what is the orbit, what kind of orbit is required, we do this analysis. The mission is, with the initial phase, study phase, we will say the feasibility is there, the technology which we are going to demonstrate and what we want, is it feasible or not. So those feasibility studies will be carried out. We target orbit acquisition strategies, launch vehicle scenarios. So like that, so many analysis will be carried out. So like that it will be there. Now I am coming to the orbit selection. How we select the orbit for the particular mission. So as I told, it depends what kind of mission is flown. Science mission has different requirement. Navigation mission requires different kind of requirements. Remote sensing requires different kind of requirements. So let me talk about. So in order to have these, so we required. If I talk about remote sensing, the global coverage, regional coverage, and stationary orbits for the required for the communication satellites, leveraging point orbit, we require like Aditya mission. For that, we require this kind of orbit. Interplanetary trajectory, we require Chandrayaan, Mars mission, like forthcoming Venus mission, we will be requiring the interplanetary trajectory. So, how we select the orbit? In order to select the orbit, like optimal remote sensing satellites, they are requiring the continuous lightning condition. Since they require the lightning condition, so we will be choosing the sun synchronous orbit. Why we choose the sun synchronous orbit? The satellite and this is local time driven also. So how it is matter? Suppose my spacecraft has seen the Bangalore 9:30 today. Tomorrow when my satellite will pass over the Bangalore, it will 9:30 p.m. it will see in the Bangalore again. So this is way the local time given this, so it will be keep on seeing the same area. So such kind of application will be beneficial for the remote sensing satellites like agriculture, the crop monitoring. For that, all are sun synchronous based and local time depend upon the requirement of the mission. It's a 10:30, like suppose ocean side kind of mission, we want to see the oceanography. At that time, that local time will be selected as a 12 noon, because after noon it will be more effective. So it depends what is the requirement, what is the mission, what is the objective. On the basis of that, after so much iterative analysis, we will be arriving on those parameters. So in order to establish the orbit, like Earth reference orbit and space reference orbit and transfer orbit, like GTO, geostationary transfer orbit. Let me highlight few things over that. Our Earth is rotating. It completes one revolution in 24 hours. My satellite is also rotating. So if what I will do, my orbital period of the satellite matches with the Earth rotation period, so both will be synced. So this kind of orbit will be useful for the fixed bed communication satellites. So in order to that, what we will be having, these will be we will be having inclination 0. I will be explaining my further slides. If inclination is 0 and eccentricity is 0, means my orbit is circular. Eccentricity describes the shape of the orbit. If it is 0 and my satellite is also moving, suppose 1 degree, and Earth is also moving 1 degree, so it looks like it is stationary. So such kind of orbits are used for the communication. We will be altitude. So now the second thing, what altitude we should select? That depends upon the kind of resolution, the kind of SWAT. SWAT is what there will be sensors in the satellite, and the sensor will be seeing some certain portion on the surface of the Earth. So that footprint, what the sensor is seeing on the surface of the Earth, is known as the SWAT. So these are the elements will be there, and these are the different kind of thing. I have explained the sun synchronous. I will be explaining my further slides. Molniya orbit. What is the Molniya orbit? It's a highly elliptical shaped orbit. So what will happen? As per the Kepler's law, everybody have studied the second law. So whenever the satellite will be near to Earth, it will travel fast. But when my satellite will be far from the Earth in the elliptical orbit, so it will take more time to travel that area. So Molniya orbit are such kind of orbit, and they are having the orbital period of 11 hours. So satellite is spending 10 hours at the apogee. Apogee is the farthest point from the center of the Earth. It's spending 10 hours there, because it takes that much 10 hours to travel from there. But the moment it is coming to the perigee, that is the nearest point to the Earth, it will be traveling very fast. So is the requirement of the mission. So that's the Molniya orbits has been designed in that category. The Lagrangian point, like Aditya mission, we have gone to the sun, we have gone to the L1 point. Now this is the basics of the orbit. Basics of the orbit is nothing but the conservation of momentum and the energy of the orbit. So energy can be positive, energy can be negative, energy can be 0 also. So energy is nothing but, if you can see, it's nothing but the sum of the potential energy and the mechanical energy. If our energy is less than 0, so my orbit shape, the orbit will be elliptical orbit. And if the energy is greater than 0, it will be the hyperbolic orbit, which will be used for the interplanetary missions. If energy is 0, so it will be the parabolic orbit. Now, I am coming to the orbital elements. In order to describe the orbit, mathematically describe the orbit, we require 6 elements. We call this Kepler element, or we call it the orbital elements. So orbital elements, the 6 elements will give the complete information. So first two orbit I will talk about that A, that is the semi-major axis, E, that is the eccentricity. These two parameters are giving me the information about the shape and the size of the orbit. Eccentricity, I told the shape of the orbit, either it will be the circular or it will be the elliptical. It depends upon that. The semi-major axis defines the size of the orbit. It's how big. Now next of the three parameters, inclination, right ascension or ascending node, and the argument of perigee. These will tell the orientation of the spacecraft in this space. Orientation. This will give the how my orbital plane its orientation into this space. These information I will be getting from these three parameters, and the true anomaly. True anomaly will be there in the orbit at that particular stand where my satellite will be. So these 6 parameters are play very important role. The first purpose is we can discriminate the satellite to satellite because each satellite will be having a different orbital parameters. And the second thing, we can get the state, pre-state and the post-state after this much amount of time where my satellite will be. So in order to have, we require this orbital elements, or we call the Keplerian orbit, and we call it the state vectors. So when my satellite will be in a space, it is rotating inside the orbit. There will be so many forces will be acting on the satellite, and which will be disturbing the whatever the orbital element I have shown. It will be keep disturbing them. It will not be whatever I want, it will remain that. It will be changing. So what are the forces which is impacting the orbital elements? So the Earth gravitational effect, obliqueness of the Earth, which causes a circular perturbation in capital omega, small omega, and the periodic perturbation in E, eccentricity, shape, inclination, and the argument of perigee. Here what I want to say, my Earth is not spherical. It is oblate. So at equatorial, if we compute the difference between the equatorial radius and the polar radius, there is a difference of 21 kilometers. So because of the oblateness of Earth, we are facing two kinds of perturbations on that. So we have categorized those perturbations into the circular perturbations and the periodic perturbations. So what the circular perturbation does, it will small omega, it is affecting the small omega and capital omega RAM and the argument of perigee, and periodic perturbation, inclination and eccentricity and all those things. So we will be having certain limit. If my satellite is under this, we will not touch, but if it is crossing that, we have to do the maneuver, we have to bring back to the original elements. Whatever the E, whatever the I, whatever the A, I have decided, I have to bring back that. For that, we will be doing the operation and we are bringing back to the right place. Like that, lunisolar gravitation, that is moon effect will be, moon gravity will be affecting the inclination. And if the inclination get bit changed, it's usually 0.001, but if little change will be happening, so in order to bring back to the original, we require a lot of fuel. So this requires such kind of maneuvers are little expensive. Already satellite will be loaded with some amount of the fuel, it will be carrying the fuel, but when we will be collecting, like inclination changes require a lot of propellant. So it is very cost effective. Now the atmospheric drag also play a very important role because of gravity. As the time over, satellites keep coming down. So we have to maintain. Suppose I have launched the satellite into 600 km altitude, it should remain 600 km altitude, but it will not. After a certain amount of time, it will be due to gravity keep decaying, keep coming down. So we have to perform the maneuver. We have to again bring back to the 600 km altitude. So like that, so many forces will be acting on the satellites, and we will be keep observing. And whenever the requirement is coming, we will be doing the operation, and we will be bringing back to the these orbital elements. So there is one more thing is there, the irradiation of nodes and the sun synchronous orbit. See, sun synchronous orbit, we most of the time for all the IRS kind of mission, remote sensing mission, we will be using sun synchronous orbit. And the benefit of the sun synchronous orbit is the constant illumination condition. The sun will be rotating, the motion of sun will be synchronized with the motion of the satellite. So that way it will provide the advantage. So we are using the advantage of that, and for this is very helpful for the all the remote sensing mission. Most of the remote sensing satellites, there is Cartosat series, OceanSat series, ResourceSat series, we will be using the sun synchronous orbit. But if we are coming to the interplanetary mission like Mars mission, Chandrayaan mission, those are non-sun synchronous orbit. And if I talk about the microwave remote sensing, they can be the sun synchronous, but they are not the local time driven, because their radars are there. So radars, they can receive the signal, they can transmit the signal. For them, this requirement is not there. The time doesn't matter, because if there only the some power generation impact will be there. So it will be designed such a way. So most of the time it will be in sunlit condition. It will be facing the sun, so energy, the generation will be keep on happening. So this is the regression of node, which benefit we take in order to get the sun synchronous orbit. The nodal precision rate should match the Earth's mean motion about the sun. So with that, how to achieve the sun synchronous orbit? You can see this is the equation. So here J2, you can see N is the mean motion. J2 is coming because of the oblateness of Earth, that is the harmonic, specific harmonic. I is the inclination, and is E is the eccentricity, and A is the cinematic axis. So by twinning A and I, we can achieve the sun synchronous orbit. So this is some, I have seen if this equation, you can see if the value is positive and negative, it will just tell the eastward motion or westward motion. If it is positive, it will be the eastward motion. If it is negative, it will be the westward motion. So when we go for this sun synchronous kind of orbit, here the thing is local time, as I told, depends on the type of mission, 9:30, 10 o'clock. Resource kind of thing like agriculture kind of satellite, we use 10:30 local time. And like part of a defense kind of satellite, we use the 9:30. It's the requirement of the mission. Ocean satellite, we use 12 o'clock time. And let me give you an example. Like recently launched the AstroSat, where we are going to see the star. Doesn't matter anytime we can. It doesn't matter what time, local time. It will not impact much, because we are going to see the stars. And stars we are seeing during the eclipse. Usually all the low Earth orbit will be having the period of the 90 minutes. Among these 90 minutes, one orbit period, one revolution to complete. It takes 90 minutes. Among these 90 minutes, 60 minutes the satellite will spend into the sunlit, and the 30 minutes it will spend into the eclipse. So this cycle will be keep on going. So there in AstroSat, since we are going to see the stars, and stars should be seen during the eclipse, so that 30 minutes we have to utilize to see the stars. So it depends on the type of mission, what is our requirement, what is the objective, what we want to achieve. On the basis of that, it's an iterative process, lot of analysis will be done, and we are able to try the configuration. This graph is nothing but like for sun synchronous orbit, the range of the inclination is 96 to 102. We cannot go below 96 degrees, because that will become less than the Earth radius, which is not possible. So this is the range for the sun synchronous orbit inclination. This is the, like I have explained, the impact of the nodal regression. This is the epsilon rotation. I have told what is the Molniya orbit. Molniya orbit are this kind of orbit, highly elliptical orbit. So here you can see near the Earth, the point which is from the near to the center of the Earth. This is called the perigee, the point which is the farthest point from the center of the Earth. This is called the apogee point. So this such kind of orbit called the Molniya orbit. The orbital period of such is 11 hours. So only 1 hour it will spend near Earth. Remaining 10 hours satellite will be in apogee. So it depends the kind of requirement. This is, I would like to skip for what is repeativity and revisit. This is nothing but I want to see after how many days. Today my satellite has seen some, suppose, Mauritius. Now after how many days my satellite will see the Mauritius again. This is called the revisit period. And repeativity is what? There is, you can see this green line. One is downward, one is upward. So this is nothing but the ascending node. North to south and south to north. These are the path pattern. So repeativity is nothing but after how many days my satellite will, ground trace will follow itself. It should be replica of the red, same. So that is called the repeativity of the repeativity periods. Due to shortage of time, I would like to skip that. Node selection we used to do. It depends. Sometimes we should go for ascending node, we should go for descending node. It depends. Sometimes what benefit we are going to get with that, on the basis of that we arrive. Let me give you one example. Like for optical, descending node selected because northern hemisphere has lot of land mass. What we want to see? We are going to see the land, we are going to see the ocean, what we are going to see. So it depends. What is our requirement? So it is away from the equator, it varies from the latitude as the spacecraft track crosses many longitudes. The another fact is compatibility with the foreign missions. Like in suppose ISAT-1 mission, if I take the example, we have chosen the 6 a.m. local time mission. Like this, the descending node is preferred. Why descending node is preferred? Because here we will be having the maximum power. The sun will be towards the solar panel, and we will be, most of the time we will get the power generation. It's very small little time will be there. Eclipse or it's like non-eclipse. So that time, from that point of view. Now coming to the attitude. Attitude is nothing but the orientation of the spacecraft in the spacecraft body frame with reference to the reference frame. Where I am and where I will be. So most of the mission we will be following the sun pointing attitude and the earth pointing attitude. As I told, for the IRIS mission, we will be having the orbital period of the 90 minutes, in which 60 minutes satellite will be expanding in the sunlit and 30 minutes it will be spending into the eclipse. So what will happen? During 60 minutes, satellite will be in sun pointing attitude, and remaining 30 minutes satellite will be into the eclipse. So when the satellite in sun pointing, we don't bother about the power generation. Power generation will be ensured, but during the eclipse there will not be any power generation. So that time it is supported by the batteries. So we will be using the batteries at that time. Also, when we want to do the imaging, I want to image also daily whenever the opportunities are coming. So during the time of imaging, we have to change the attitude of the spacecraft. So it will be sun pointing. We will be bringing to the earth pointing. Will be the area target imaging, yeah, area of the interest on the surface of the earth. We will be doing the maneuver. We will be rotating the satellite. We will capture the image. After capturing the image, we will rotate back. It will be again to the, put it back into the sun pointing. So during that time also, the whenever we will be carrying out any payload operation, payloads are nothing but the camera. Whenever we are doing any operation, that time it should be supported by the battery. So whenever we design the battery and the size of the battery, all those things will be accounted. And at the same time, it should be optimal, it should be cost effective, and it should not be heavy. The weight also we have to consider. Like that, some mission require the Earth pointing satellite. The satellite is continuously seen towards to the Earth. So here, what we will be doing, here the solar panels are fixed in sun pointing. It is like that, it is continuously seeing the sun, the power generation is there, it is fixed. But here in Earth pointing, the solar panel, we use SADA, one motor is there, which will be rotating the solar panel also. So we, in order to, with respect to that, we will be using SADA in all the Earth pointing mission, because in order to have the power generation. This is the example I would like to see. Like suppose spacecraft in sun pointing, and this is the spot imaging. So this is the ground trace, the center line you can see. Both side dots are nothing but the spot which we would like to image. So satellite will be on this ground track. So we will be doing the maneuver from the sun pointing to the wherever the earth pointing. We will be imaging the satellite. Satellite will be rotating. It will be keep imaging. After doing all the spot imaging, it will be coming back to the sun pointing attitudes. So that way we will be it will be happening. Now the space segment. Space segment also consists of the two things. One is the mainframe and the payload. And I told payload are the main configuration driver because of which we will be fulfilling the objective. So we are having different kind of payloads like communication, remote sensing, navigation, scientific, and the manned mission. So communication payloads will be nothing but the antennas and the transponders. And if I talk about the remote sensing, those are nothing but the cameras which we will be using for different satellites. So like that, as per the things, different kind of payloads are there. If I come into the mainframe or we call it the bus of the spacecraft. So bus consists of two kind of elements, mechanical structure and the electrical structure. So why mainframe is required? In order to maintain the health of the spacecraft, in order to see the orientation of the spacecraft into the space. So for that, it is structure, thermal structure, mechanical structure, and we will be required the power system, TDC, AOCS, all the propulsion system, wheels, all those things will be required. So whenever we design the spacecraft element design criteria, we have to see the mass. As I told you, it depends on the type of the mission. And we are having the nano 1 kg to 10 kg. So depends upon this thing. What is the mass of the spacecraft? The power should be optimal. On the basis of that only, the battery sizing has been decided. The thermal should have the good dissipation and less good conductance. The material, the mechanical, structure should be small and robust. And the design, do we are following the heritage of the any other satellites? The life, we would like to have the maximum life whenever we will be designing any spacecraft. And the budget, it should be the optimal, it should be the minimal. And the technology, what we are going to demonstrate, is it feasible or not? So all those things will be studied in order to design. These things are in detail only. This is my last section which I would like to cover. So once the satellite has been launched into the space, the job is not over. During initial phase operations, we'll be having initial phase has some different tasks. We will do orbit acquisition, and then after the normal phase will be coming. So after normal phase also, what other things are there? We do a lot of calibration exercise will happen. It is, let me give you an example of the, because it will be carrying so many sensors. We will be having the earth sensor, we will be having the sun sensor, we will be having the star sensor. So all sensors are required for different every sensor has a different required. Sun sensor we use for initial acquisition. Star sensor we use to correct the attitude of the spacecraft. Meaning is that I want to see is like yarn piece is nothing but the X, Y, Z. In order to improve the target accuracy, all these calibration exercise has been done. And the second thing, like mounting. Suppose 2 star sensors used in mounting all the spacecraft. We will be having 2 star sensors. But when we are mounting these 2 star sensors, so it is nothing but we will be having the sensor mounting matrix. Both will be having the sensor mounting matrix. But when it will be launched into the space, both of these sensors should give the same target accuracy. But it doesn't. It is not It is not same. It is very close by, but it is not the same. So what we will do, we will take one as a reference, other we will find the data and we will correct that so that both of the sensors should give me the same numbers in order to improve the targeting accuracy. So like that, so many calibration exercise will also be done. The objective of all the kind of calibration exercise to improve the target accuracy. If I am seeing this point on the earth, it should see that only. It should not be deviate from that. In order to whatever the counting accuracy which has been decided for that mission, it should be within that spec. That is one of the thing like data. We should have a large network of the visibility. Whenever any satellite will be designed, we should be able to track the satellite. We should be able to image the real-time image is also possible, and we should be able to download the data. So all those things will be decided on the basis of that. A large network of stations will be established for that mission. And initial phase, you will be used to take the extrapolation support. Once all things will be settled, then whatever the designated station is required, we will be using that for tracking, imaging, downloading the data till the end of the life. So like that I told, this is also one of the gyro calibration exercise we will be doing. So these are the different mission required different kind of calibration exercise, gyro calibration, stellar calibration. That is stellar calibration is nothing but the to correct to star sensor accuracy in order to get the correct attitude. Moon calibration will be done for the payload which we have been using. So payload should the performance of the detector should not get degraded. For that, moon calibration will be done. So like that, so many calibration exercises will be done in order to improvise the target accuracy. We will be like these are the things we will keep doing. So the mission analysis starts at the time of the mission conception and continues till the end of the mission life and beyond. So this is a very complex and iterative procedure. When the life is keep on moving, whatever we design and whatever we decide, sometimes user also wants something. User requirements get changed. Then we have to consider their input and we have to implement it. So that way the things will be keep on adding. And till the end of the life of the mission, we will be operating, seeing and maintaining the satellite. With that, I would like to finish my talk. Thank you so much. Is there any question? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your valuable information about multidisciplinary activities involved in space planning and also the major aspects in planning.